All right, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today for Virtual Girls in Aviation Day at St. Louis University. While we would have loved to host you in person this year, we are very glad we can at least connect with you today virtually. We have a great itinerary of current students, faculty, instructors, guest speakers from industry, and some phenomenal keynote addresses for you in this virtual space today. We hope that you'll be able to connect with and find inspiration from these sessions. My name is Amy Price, and I'm the Outreach Coordinator for Parks College. I'll serve as the webinar host today as we move from one session to the next. All sessions today will be hosted in this webinar space and via YouTube Live, and you may use the link emailed to you to access each session throughout the day. So feel free to come in and out as your schedule allows. We will be recording each session and we'll have them posted to our YouTube page, youtube.com/SLUPARKS in the coming days. If at any point today you have technical difficulties, we recommend first logging out and logging back into the webinar with the link provided by email. And if other issues persist, please email parksevents@slu.edu and we'll provide what assistance we can. As you will learn today, the aviation industry offers a multitude of opportunities and careers. All of the professionals you'll meet during this event are excited to introduce to you what they do in their careers and maybe help you find your own passion. We have an exciting day planned ahead, beginning with an introduction to aviation through a panel of young women in aviation, then onto our career exploration sessions, 2 keynote addresses from leaders in the industry, and closing with a virtual discovery flight in a SLU aircraft. Please refer to the event schedule that was emailed to you for more detailed information about sessions and times. Please also note that our 12 p.m. session has been canceled today for technical difficulties, so our keynote addresses will begin at 12:30 p.m. To kick off our program this morning, though, I would like to introduce SLU Aviation Science Department Chair, Steve Majak, to share some words of welcome. So Professor Majak, I will turn it over to you now.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Steve Majak, and I'm the Department Chair and Professor in the Department of Aviation Science here at St. Louis University. First, I'd like to thank you all for logging in and being here today. We're excited to host you for SLU's 3rd annual Girls in Aviation Day, the event that is one of many put on around the country in partnership with Women in Aviation International. I'd like to take a moment to recognize our industry partners and keynote speakers for their generous support of this event. We thank each and every one of the individuals who have come together this year to make a Girls in Aviation Day possible. So St. Louis Lambert International Airport, Ideal Aviation, the Transportation Security Administration, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, American Airlines, Stephanie McLeod and Take Flight Girls, Captain Andrea Lewis, multiple SLU students, faculty, and staff. We appreciate all of whom have taken time out of their days today to participate in this event and present the various opportunities in the aviation industry. We also appreciate you, students, teachers, and classes who have chosen to take time today to join us virtually. And I'd just like to add that it's going to be a pretty exciting thing for you today. We've got a lot of stuff to show you. And a lot of different things going on in the aviation world that you could be a part of. And just remember, if you're thinking about aviation, we're right here in your own backyard here in St. Louis. So again, thank you and enjoy the day.
All right, thank you, Professor Majak. If I could have all of our student panelists turn on your videos, please. Lovely. Ooh, hang on just a moment. All right, so we have 4 young women joining our panel today. They are all currently studying aviation at SLU or instructing at SLU. And I'm going to ask each of them to introduce themselves in just a moment. But before that, I will Just to let you know how this will go, I'll start off with a few questions to get things rolling, and then we will open it up for audience questions. So if you have a question to ask, please submit those to the Q&A feature at the bottom of your screen if you're using Zoom, or you can submit a question to the comment section if you're viewing us on YouTube Live. So for our panelists, to make things easier this morning, let's answer questions beginning with Grace, then Marissa, then Annie, then Mary. All right, so to begin, would each of you please introduce yourselves? Tell us your name, where you're from, your year in school or your current job, what you study or studied in school, and extracurriculars that you are involved in.
Hi, everyone. My name is Grace Kane. I'm from Detroit, Michigan, and I am a current sophomore here at St. Louis University studying flight science. The extracurriculars I'm involved with here are I'm the Vice President of Women in Aviation. I'm involved with our safety committee to keep our airport environment flight training safe. And I'm also a part of Alpha Eta Rho, our aviation fraternity. And I am the manager of the volleyball team here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Marissa Warren. I'm from St. Louis. I'm a sophomore here. My major is flight science, and an extracurricular I'm a part of is basketball. I play basketball here at SLU.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zanny Pham, and I'm from Memphis, Tennessee. I'm currently a junior studying flight science with a potential minor in international business. I am currently involved with Alpha Eta Rho, our aviation fraternity. I'm also a member of Women in Aviation, and fun little thing, we have a Harry Potter club on campus, so I've been involved in that. I'm also a desk worker in Marguerite Hall if you choose to live in Marguerite Hall, and I also work in Pius Library here at SLU's campus.
Hi, I'm Mary Lasante. I'm originally from Jacksonville, Florida. I came to St. Louis University in 2014 and I graduated in 2018. I have now been working as a flight instructor, teaching flight science students how to fly since I graduated in June of 2018.
Thank you and welcome to each of you. So another question for you. Why did you choose aviation as a career path?
So I come from a family of aviators. Mostly everyone is pilots, and it was always kind of there, but I never really had an interest in it until I went on a discovery flight my junior year of high school. And once I felt the thrill of flight, I knew that there was no other way that I could spend like the rest of my life. But most importantly, I wanted to find a purpose for my future. And I found a big purpose in flying and entering a field where females were underrepresented. So there's only about 7% of female pilots. And just my love for flying and knowing that I could make an impact and be a small change for increasing the numbers of female aviators was a big motivating factor for me.
So for me, none of my family is involved in aviation in any way. So in high school, I actually went to a Girls in Aviation Day that was hosted here at SLU. That was my junior year, and I got introduced to it that way. I took a discovery flight and I loved it. I already knew I liked traveling, and I knew I didn't want to work a typical 9-to-5 job sitting behind a desk. And so from my discovery flight, I just realized I really, really love flying.
So I like the aspect of being able to travel and discovering new places and new foods. And so, I mean, this career will definitely be able to help me with that. And I think also just being able to keep up in innovation and technology and safety has always been interesting to me in this field. I got started when I attended this camp in Pensacola. It's like the National Flight Academy. It's a great, great camp to get your feet dipped into aviation. And yeah, I also come from a family of, no experience in aviation, so I'm the weird one of the family.
I was very similar. I came from a family, there was no aviation experience whatsoever. But when I was a kid, I traveled a lot. And my favorite part of traveling was always the plane ride to or from. And so when I got to high school, my mom was like, why don't you take a discovery flight? I had 4 older brothers, and she had all my older brothers take a discovery flight. So she really encouraged me to do one when I was in high school. And based off of that one flight, I was like, oh, this is cool. So I tried to go to college for it, and it worked out.
Lovely. Yes, we have some trailblazers amongst us from their families. Grace, you touched on how, there just aren't a lot of women in this industry. So we'll be upfront with it. This is part of the reason that we're hoping to encourage more young students to think about careers in aviation. And hopefully today you can picture yourself, pursuing a career in an education here. So another, maybe a little bit of a broader question, but what are the things that you love about aviation and about the industry? Grace, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's a really broad question because, what isn't there to love about aviation? I'd say if there had to be one thing, it would be the community, that everyone's just so tight knit and supportive throughout. Um, Everyone always has your back. They always want you to reach your goals, and especially I'd say for the women in the industry and just people that take up aviation as a hobby. No matter if they're a pilot, mechanic, they're on the business side, everyone is just always there for you. And it's really unique because although there's so many people in the industry and who are passionate about aviation, it just seems like a very small world because of how close our community is.
For me, I would say the fact that it's kind of like a hidden gem. Not many people would think like, oh, I want to be a pilot when I grow up. Like I didn't. I was thinking like, oh, I want to be an astronaut or something. But I think it's the hidden gem factor for me.
Similarly to Grace and Marissa, I think that this is just a very unique industry, and just like actually even the preparation of like going into this industry is unique. With flight training, we're doing it during college, and it's during a time of exams and classes, and then on top of that we are also going out to the airport and flying, and so that means that all of us has like this one passion, and we're able to connect, and we are all like-minded, we're all very hardworking, and we have perseverance, because it is tough to like be able to flight train and be a college student as well, but again, I just like-minded people and having each other's backs, and like the connections you make within aviation will last forever. So
When I go to work every day, I don't sit behind a desk typically. I typically am up in the air, which is really awesome. I just kind of sit there and look at the scenery and make sure my students doing well. So, the fact that I get to not sit behind a desk and work at a computer for 8 hours a day. I had to do that actually a little bit during Corona. I had a different job. I was an analyst and I did not like it. I realized so much then how much flying is for me, because I enjoy it. I actually love flying. I love sitting there instead of just sitting behind a black screen typing in numbers.
I loved all of those responses. It makes me want to go take a flight right now. So can we talk a little bit about the future? And would you tell us your career goals or dream job, or kind of what do you hope is next for you in your career?
For me, I see my future as like there's a lot of different paths I can take. You know, there's cargo, airlines, business aviation, but I'm particularly leaning towards entering a career in business aviation, which would be like flying for Fortune 500 companies, flying the executives around in really fancy and nice private jets.
My dream job would probably be an international airline pilot. I think that's what usually people want to get to, but either that or a cargo pilot, FedEx, UPS.
So for me, I have a little little process in my career. First, I want to become a certified flight instructor, teach students, and then build my time in order to go to a regionals airline. And then after my time at a regionals airline, I plan to either do cargo or fly at a major airline.
So I have had a little bit of a bump in the road, as one might say. I was supposed to be at a regional airline right now, but just due to Corona, I was not able to go forward with that. And SLU offered me my old position back, which has been amazing. But in the short term, regional airline is really what I want. And regional airlines, if you don't know, basically what they do is they fly for United Express, Delta Connection, American Eagle. So those smaller planes that have like United on them, those are typically regional jets. And usually you have to go to a regional before you can go to a major airline being just United, Delta, Southwest, etc. So hopefully my long-term goal would one day be Southwest Airlines.
Well, Mary, we are super glad that you're back with us at SLU for the time being. Just something to clarify that Annie, you brought up the hour requirements and kind of the progress through the industry. So when you hear pilots, especially flight students talk about, moving into their dream jobs, there's a lot of stepping stones along the way to get there. So one of them is, after getting your ratings to be a commercial pilot, a lot of pilots will go on and get their certified flight instructor degree, which is what Mary has. And that's what our instructors have. So you can teach someone else to fly. And during that time, they do something that is referred to as building hours. So in order to be hired in by an airline or a regional airline or some other different types of flying positions, you have to have a minimum number of flight hours. And so usually the most direct way to get those flight hours is to be a flight instructor, fly with your students, and you log each and every flight, all your time that you've spent in the air, and over time that adds up. And then that unlocks your next opportunity in aviation careers. All right. So those are some of our pre-written questions, but we would like to open it up to any of our attendees. If you have a question for our panelists, please submit those to the Q&A feature. You'll find that at the bottom of your screen if you are on Zoom, or you can submit a question through our YouTube live, I believe it's called the chat section. So I am monitoring that as well. But while we are waiting for some questions to come in, could our panelists tell us about your experience specifically at Parks? And what were some aspects of flight training that you maybe didn't expect before you started flight training?
So I've only been at Parks for a year and I'd say a half now, but I came into Parks already having my pilot's license. And I'd say the transition, just getting used to new flying, new planes, the structure of what university college flying is, that was a big adjustment for me. But it took like a semester and I was quickly able to gain more confidence in the plane and in my abilities. So that was a hard adjustment, and as well as how time consuming it is. You're constantly just like studying and trying to retain your knowledge and preparing for flights. that was also difficult, but I mean, getting to go from sitting in class to flying an airplane is something that I wouldn't trade the experience for. One of the coolest aspects of my experience at Parks is probably the places it has taken to me. It has taken me to. So like in the region, I've been able to go to Madison, Wisconsin, Nashville, Tennessee. Just, that's a daily, not daily, but a regular class activity. After this, I'm going to flying to the Lake of the Ozarks. So it's a really unique educational experience.
I'm actually a transfer as well, so this is my sophomore year, but I just started my flight training. I was at DePaul University in Chicago, and I was studying peace, justice, and conflict studies, so nothing related to aviation. But what I didn't expect was to start flying and learning everything so quickly. And it's been an amazing experience so far, and everyone has been very, very helpful in my transition. So.
So I am actually a first generation student, so which means I'm the first person in my family to attend college, and my experience in parks has been very life changing in a way because I never really knew what to expect for college in general, and so also hopping into the flight science major, it was a difficult transition, quite honestly, at first, just being away from home and starting out classes and everything. But I kept on striving. So like, and just also making friends along the way really helped um, adjusting. And one thing in flight that I've had to find out was that your progress sometimes have to depend on the weather. So like if the weather's not good, you're not able to fly, and that can put a little pause in your training. But you're able to work on other things within the flight training. So at Parks, we do, of course, flight, and then we also do our ground lessons, and we do our simulator lessons. So if the weather's bad, you're able to do your ground lessons or your simulator lessons. So yeah.
My time at Parks was awesome. My freshman year, coming from Florida, I didn't know anybody in St. Louis. That was really a hard adjustment for me, and I struggled through my freshman year. But I really don't think if I went to a different flight school, I don't think I'd be a pilot right now. The instructor I had freshman year really helped me through kind of that transition a lot more than I would have expected a teacher to do. And then going forward through my flight training, my flight instructor, who I had later on, she became my mentor and my role model for me. And she's now my best friend. She actually flies a 737 for Prime Air, so she's pretty successful. But I had an amazing experience at Parks. Even when I graduated, my parents, they live in Florida. They basically were very encouraging for me to move back there. And just because of the experience I had at Parks, the people I knew, I couldn't leave. I didn't want to leave. And even when I worked for Parks and I left to go to regional airlines and that didn't pan out for me, they had my back. They were able to offer me my old job back. So really, I have nothing but good things to say. I also love how at Parks, we really work on the Jesuit value, which is about the whole person. And I think that's really true in our flight program. We don't try and just get certificates and ratings, but we try and help our students be safe, competent, kind pilots as much as we can. But I just like that it's not a factory feel. It's more personalized, everybody knows everybody. It's a really awesome small community in a mid-sized school.
Yes, I love the themes that I heard from all of your responses of perseverance and working hard, and it is a lifestyle and an adjustment as you move to college, and then with a flight training on top of that. Definitely we rely on our community around us. And so it's great to hear that everyone has found and is part of, and I know each of you are leaders in that community as well. So we do have a question for Marissa and probably for Grace too. What's it like being a student athlete majoring in aviation?
It's very busy. I'm just gonna be completely honest. It's very busy. But it's really rewarding because flying and stuff, it doesn't really feel like, oh, I have to go to class, I have to write this long paper. It's fun. So I enjoy what I do, so it's not as stressful as you may seem. But I mean, definitely time management is the top priority at all times. So
Yeah, for me, I'm not an athlete, but I just work with the volleyball team and go to their practices. But I'd say it's definitely busy. My schedule, I always have something to do. Um, Planning each day is really important, and managing your time, like Marissa said. But I mean, the experiences I'm getting and just working with a team are really important for my future. I think because always be as a pilot flying with someone else. So I'm gaining really valuable experiences, and I wouldn't trade it for the world.
Thank you both. This is a question for anyone. Is there a lot of math that you need to know to be a pilot? And if so, what kind of math do you need to study? So maybe in high school, which math courses should everybody be paying extra attention in?
I would say I took 2 math classes last year, survey to calculus and business statistics, and they were both very entry level courses. But then this year, taking aviation physics brings about a lot of math. It's not overly stressful or difficult, but there's a decent amount of math, I'd say, involved in aviation.
I will add that maybe it makes it a little more engaging is that all of the math is applied math and you're using it in real time during your flight lessons for the most part. And there is a lot of, you do some calculations mid-flight. So being able to have just that foundation and that confidence in doing that is definitely helpful, but nothing tricky. Not too much calculus, don't worry.
I will just say pretty much just basic algebra with the actual flying part. Really simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. Nothing too bad. I'm terrible at math, so.
Thanks, Mary. So a two-parter here. For our current students, how is the coronavirus pandemic affecting your education right now? And for the future, how does it look it might impact your career? So kind of in the short term and in the long term.
So for our education right now, we haven't really had a huge impact besides getting sent home last March. So we were off for, I guess that was a huge impact for a few months from flight training. We weren't able to do that, but as it is right now, we take all the protocols, we get our temperature checked, that's a adjustment. And then before flying the plane, we go through cleaning procedures to clean it. And we always wear masks in the training environment when we're in the plane, in ground lessons, simulator lessons. So it's changed stuff. It's definitely put people behind in their training, but lost time is easy to make up when you have instructors that are really willing to fly and catch you up and get you back on track. So that's been really good. For the future, I don't know how it's really impacted me yet, but I'm still kind of looking forward, wanting to be a flight instructor before moving on to any other job. But I guess only time will tell. And I'm really optimistic that the aviation industry will come back, and it will come back even stronger than it was before, and with an even bigger pilot shortage as many older pilots are retiring.
So Grace pretty much covered all that we're doing at the airport right now, but for me in long-term goals, I feel like I'm just now starting my flight lessons, so I have a lot of time to hope everything will plan out, hopefully by the time I get there, so I think I'm good.
Right. Yeah, I know at SLU and then especially at the flight line, there are different health and safety precautions that are in place and different procedures. But yes, like Marissa said, we are very hopeful that, as infection rates decline and, maybe we move out of a pandemic phase in the next year or two, the industry, will be there and will come back bigger and better and stronger and even more resilient. So this is an interesting learning time for aviation professionals and learning how to adapt to, kind of unforeseen things that completely change daily life. So thank you for those questions. Those were very insightful. Somebody else asked, is it easy to fly a plane? What do we think?
Yes. At first, no. It takes a lot. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort. But eventually, when you have been flying the same plane for years, it's like riding a bike. So it's definitely hard at first. It's very difficult. It's hard to figure out multitasking and the communication and the different language and all of that. But a couple years in, I didn't fly for like 6 months over coronavirus, and I was so nervous flying for the first time. And realistically, it felt like riding a bike. So I will say, yes, it's very difficult in the beginning, but eventually it becomes kind of second nature. It kind of becomes like driving a car for me.
Any input from our students who are so flight training isn't just physically operating the plane. It's a lot of the knowledge behind it and how to first it's the stick and rudder of how to physically get this plane in the air and then how to safely get it back on the ground. But then it progresses through something called instrument training, which is learning to use all of the gauges and the instruments within the aircraft to really understand where you are and where you're going and how to navigate. And then we move to commercial training, which is a lot more safety procedures. Commercial training is what gets you ready to be paid to fly for other people. So people can hire you as a pilot. And then there's multi-engine training where you go from having one engine to worry about and now you have two. So throughout those progressions, you're just adding more and more knowledge onto your flight training. So flying a plane, stick and rudder, does anybody disagree? Do you think anybody could learn that?
I would agree with Mary in a sense that it's hard at first, but it's definitely something that anyone can pick up. It's not, everyone can fly a plane, and I think a lot of it is confidence and you just telling yourself you can, because that's the most important thing. If you tell yourself you can do it. So over time, it does get like riding a bike. As you gain more hours and get more comfortable, you just become used to it. So it's a lot to remember, but just growing and gaining knowledge makes it easier as it goes by.
Lots of practice, lots of repetition. Thanks for that question. So there's another question about, go ahead, Marissa, sorry.
I was just gonna say, since I just started, I would say that whenever I first took my first flight, I was like inside the whole time, looking at all the different instruments and all the things that are moving. But each time it's gotten progressively, like my confidence has been built every time. And so I can feel it getting easier. And like Mary said, secondhand nature kind of.
Yeah, I think it's the really cool thing about being a flight student is that your exponential learning increases so much from flight to flight, and you can physically feel that and see it in how you operate the plane and in your confidence. So it's really, really a neat learning environment. So there's a question about how many females to males are in the SLU aviation community. And if you guys don't mind, I actually know this answer. I ran the numbers. So nationwide, about 13% of flight students are women. At SLU, we were holding steady with that until this newest freshman class. And so we are currently at 15%, so 15% women and 85% male at SLU. Now that, sounds, a drastic difference in numbers, but we are hopeful, and we're excited to, keep increasing our numbers because, again, today is let's figure out who might be interested in the aviation industry and what opportunities are there for you. So thanks for that question. Someone else is asking, what's the most demanding or taxing part of being in aviation? Is it the schoolwork? Is it the flying? Or is it something else completely?
I would say, I think it's like the preparation of flying is, I think, the most taxing part. Because when you're up in the air, you're up in the air, and like, you're with your instructor. It just feels, I think it feels amazing just to be up there. So I don't think that's the most demanding part, but also just having to keep up with your schoolwork and keeping up, just preparing for your lessons beforehand, is the most taxing part. And like also multitasking, just juggling with your flight training and with your schoolwork. But you have 4 years to do this, so you will eventually get better and better at time management and being able to prepare well for your classes.
I would also say that the flying aspect is the most demanding part of this education. But the thing is, everything you're doing in the flying, in your flight training, is mostly carrying into your schoolwork besides your general education classes. So what we're learning in our instrument course, in our ground lessons at the airport, can carry into our instrument ground school in class. So it definitely carries over from one aspect to another. And it's very time consuming, but that isn't to say that we don't have time to have fun on the weekends, hang out with friends, even during the weeknights. We're still involved in extracurriculars. And so it's not like 24/7 only doing school, staying up till 2 a.m. and stuff like that. We do get our sleep. We get to hang out with friends, and all while getting a degree in aviation. So, yeah.
I would also say the preparation, but I don't feel like it's taxing really, because once you prepare it properly and you have a good flight, it feels really good. It feels very rewarding.
All right, thank you. We have a couple questions about for students currently in high school who might be looking at aviation or getting into an aviation education program. What are some helpful courses that high school students should be taking? Another question is, what are the education requirements? And I will tell you, it's more of a generalized education. There aren't too many, specialized things to worry about in high school. It's getting a good foundation. But can some of our pilots maybe talk to that a bit about what high school students can be doing now to prepare?
I'd say just keep studying, keep aim for getting the best grades in school and just being involved in organizations, getting a solid foundation in leadership and teamwork are really important. Um, as for high school students, if you are interested in aviation, I'd say go out to your local airport and take a discovery flight. And if there are financial constraints, there's so many scholarships for aviation. I mean, flight training can be expensive, but one thing a lot of people don't know is how many opportunities there are in scholarships and how many people are willing to help you out. So it's very doable. And getting the best grades and doing well on your entry tests will help you get a lot of financial aid and scholarships from SLU. So that's really helpful.
I will say, like Grace said, going out to your local airport, taking a discovery flight, just kind of getting a gist of what flying's like before you go to college is great. Also, something that's a really random class to take, but I think it really benefited me freshman year that you could potentially take in high school is public speaking. When you get into aviation, you constantly are having oral examinations. So basically somebody rapid fire questioning you and you have to, answer very confidently, very eloquently. That was a big struggle for me when I first started, as well as radio communications. You're always talking to somebody pretty much on the radios. So public speaking, actually my first flight instructor, he made me take public speaking my second semester freshman year. He was like, you need to get more confident when you speak publicly. So that would be something that's a really good skill to have for tests in aviation and just for everyday flying.
That is great advice. Thank you. So we are nearly about out of time. Let's do one more question. So someone asked, why did you pick SLU specifically for your aviation education? So what was your decision-making process and what brought you here?
So I really gravitated towards SLU because I liked that it was a mid-sized college, like Mary said before, but our aviation school was only about 120 kids. So I knew basically everything. And it didn't really feel like a pilot mill where we were just creating pilots. We were creating, being educated to be more than just a pilot. And that Jesuit mission of developing the whole person was really important. I love that I know everyone in the aviation school and I know all my instructors and I'm able to have relationships and, just be friendly with all of them. So it's a really unique aviation college in that sense.
For me, I would say, well, it's a little different for you guys now since it's online, but whenever I went to the Girls in Aviation Day here, it was really the family atmosphere. And like I said before, I was at DePaul and I actually transferred. So whenever I was transferring, I was looking at all the schools that had aviation. And it really brought me back to SLU because I knew that the atmosphere was a vibe that I would like to be a part of.
So for me, I picked SLU because it wasn't too far away from home. I would say I consider myself a homebody at times. So just being able to go back home, because Memphis is like a 4-hour drive from St. Louis. So I think that was one of the things. And then another thing is financial aid. Yeah, SLU really helped me out in my financial aid package and just being able to afford my flight education itself. It's been amazing. And it's also, again, I also am a city girl in a way. Like I enjoy living in the city. So being able to come to St. Louis and experience just the vibrancy of it is really nice, and being able to go to places, I mean, before COVID, of course, and discovering a new city has always been an interest of mine going to college. So yeah.
So I am a little bit opposite of Annie. I actually wanted to kind of be far away from home. So I am from Jacksonville, Florida. The closest flight school is Emory-Riddle. It's about an hour from my doorstep. So I really was looking somewhere kind of out of state, somewhere different. I really had never been to the Midwest actually prior to looking at colleges. Um, it kind of brought me to St. Louis University. When I first toured SLU, I actually was not a fan because it snowed the day I did my tour, and it was an outside tour, and I'm from Florida, so that just does not mix for me. But then I came back for a summer camp, and I did a summer camp for a few days, and I fell in love with SLU in the summer, and I got to see it, got to live on campus, I got to be there, and after that experience, that's when I was like, yep, I'm going to SLU. Which I'll kind of plug. We do have an aviation summer academy at SLU. I think there's 2 sessions. Amy could obviously give you more info about that, but definitely just getting on campus and just feeling the atmosphere. That's what kind of brought me to SLU. And I wanted to go out of state, so those were my 2 kind of biggest things.
Yes, Mary, perfect plug there. We do have an aviation summer academy. Unfortunately, this past year we had to cancel due to health and safety reasons. And we are cautiously hopeful that we'll be able to offer a summer camp in summer 2021. However, we are also working on, other ways to connect with students. So keep checking your emails, like this virtual event that's normally an in-person thing, but the information is there, and we would definitely love to have you when you're able to come visit. Okay, well, we've got about 2 minutes. Just wondering if anybody has any final words of advice or encouragement for some of our students who are attending today.
I would definitely say, sorry, go ahead, Grace, go ahead.
Okay, I'll go then, Marissa. I'd say don't set limits on yourself. There's so many possibilities, and if you're passionate about something, go after it. Don't be afraid to be the only one doing something, and just because your friends aren't doing it, just go after it, follow your passions, and do what you love and makes you happy.
Okay, I would also say go after what you want, because I tried ROTC and that wasn't for me. And I went the extra mile to be my own best advocate and find a place where I could pursue what I wanted to pursue.
I have only one thing to say, and it's let's increase those numbers in women in aviation. Let's increase them because, we'll be here for the long run. And, we are a great community to join. So I can't wait to see you if you decide to join us here at SLU.
Yeah, pretty similar to everybody else. Definitely with aviation, if you have any interest, I would highly suggest Discovery Flight. Really, there's nothing like being up in the air. And the fact that I get paid for it on a daily basis is always pretty cool. And like people have touched on, there's a lot of different areas of aviation. You don't just have to be a pilot, or you don't have to just be an airline pilot. There's so many different avenues to kind of go down in aviation. And like everybody said, it's a community. It's an awesome community. I had 2 friends that were flying the other day. One flies for a regional airline and one flies for Primary. And they were right behind each other at an international airport. And, they were like, oh my gosh, that's like one of my good friends. So that kind of stuff happens a lot in our industry. Like you might run into your friend that lives on the other side of the country in the airport because they're going to work and you're going to work. So I don't know, that whole thought is pretty cool, that it really is a small industry.
Definitely very small, very unique. That was great, everybody. Thank you so much for offering your time. For our viewers who are able to stay on for our career exploration sessions, we will be going into some of those careers that might not come to the front of your mind when you think aviation. So beyond piloting careers, our flight attending or air traffic control. But Anyway, we are just out of time for this session. So thank you again to Marissa, Grace, Annie, and Mary for taking time out of your day to be a part of this panel. I learned a lot, and I hope our attendees also did. For those who might be joining us or will be joining us for the rest of the day, just wanted to remind you that students who complete and return the Girls in Aviation Day worksheet that was emailed out will be entered into a raffle for a SLU Aviation prize pack that will be that will be mailed to you. You will have until October 9th to get those worksheets completed. So if you aren't able to attend each and every live session today, you can view the recordings on YouTube after today. So now we are going to take a brief break until 10 a.m. when we will take a virtual visit to St. Louis Lambert International Airport. So please stay tuned. Thanks again to our panel. All right, everyone. Welcome to those who are just now joining us at SLU's virtual Girls in Aviation Day. And welcome back to those of you who were with us for that aviation student panel. We are now beginning our career exploration sessions. First with a virtual visit to St. Louis Lambert International Airport, where Airport Director Rhonda Ham-Niebrugge and Airport Construction and Maintenance Manager Elizabeth Smart are joining us. So Ms. Ham-Niebrugge and Ms. Smart, I will turn this over to you now.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us. It's fun to be here. I think Liz and I have done this at the live ones several times, so nice to be with you virtual. I know time's short, so we're going to go quick. The one I want to talk about is I've been the airport director here since January of 2010, so going on a little over 10 and a half years, and 27 years prior to me coming over to the airport side, I was in the operational side for the airlines. The bulk of my career was at TWA, but ultimately I did retire from American and worked my way up from the very beginning, starting as a customer service agent, going to supervisor to manager, eventually running the hub here in St. Louis, and ultimately became the vice president for TWA's North American airports. So I had 101 airports under my division. I had about 8,000 of the TWA employees. It was the largest department and pushing $1 billion budget. So it was an exciting time. We had a lot of challenges and financially, and ultimately American bought us, and I spent about 8 years with American before retiring in 2009 and coming over to the airport side. I will tell you, when I did not go to college to get into aviation. I had a much different path in mind. Something that I always thought I wanted to do was work in the CIA. And so when I went to the university, it was for business and a foreign language because I thought that would give me the best background to sort of get into the CIA. And as graduation time came near and I needed a job and I was interviewing with the CIA, an opportunity came to go to New York and start with Ozark Airlines, actually, back then in 1982. And I took the job sort of on a whim because I thought it would be fun for a while. And it was in New York, so I thought it would be fun to live in New York for a while. And I think about 2 weeks into the job, I realized that this was a career that I loved. And the excitement every day of being at the airport, the challenges that came, it was just always different. And I never left. I mean, I turned down the next interview as we started moving further down for the CIA, and ultimately just spent the last 37 years of my life in this business. And I will tell you, it's been an absolutely fabulous, rewarding career. There are lots of challenges, and you get involved with things that you never think about. But as an airport, or as on the operational side, and Liz can share this too, we're really a city. As an airport, we are a city in ourselves, and everything that happens at this airport, we are responsible for. So we're responsible for the business side of it. We're responsible for the development side, on the land that we owned, on the facilities, maintaining them, the interaction with the public, the negotiations with the airlines, finance. And we have our own sign department, finance department, airfield maintenance department, properties department. I mean, you don't think of all the things as an airport that you have, but the opportunities to get into aviation in so many different paths, and paths that you can cross over. As I said, the first 27 years, I was on the airline side running large operations. And when I decided to retire and this opportunity to the airport side came over, yes, they were very similar in that they were both aviation related, and I had always been involved with running airports. But when I came to the airport side, it was a totally new adventure. And, I think for people, especially young women wanting to come into this field, there is such a push in the industry to help women gain status, and not just on entry level, but all the way up to the executive level. We're fortunate here in that a great deal of our team is female. You'll talk to Liz in just a minute, but we have other females on the team as well in airports across the country. I think there's only about 15, 16 women airport directors, but it's some of the largest airports in the country. So places like Chicago, places like Denver, Salt Lake City, those had all been run by women. DCA used to be run by a woman. JFK used to be run by a woman. But there are women that run a lot of the really large airports in the country. And it's a good financial job. It's a great job in terms of the experience and the exposure you can get. You know, to sit here and say that there's not days when you pull your hair out would be, you know, a little bit, I think, of a misnomer. But what I will tell you is that every day is different. And I think that's what has kept me in this business for so long. Every day is so exciting and it's different. And if you want a career path that takes you in a lot of different angles, if you want a career path that affords you the opportunity to really make some very challenging, tough decisions, this is, I mean, you know, this is what we do every day. We have to come into work every day, anticipate what might happen, but know that by the end of the day, something totally different has happened. And so I wouldn't trade it for the world. I would hope that, you know, as you hear from different people throughout the day, that you will see that there is a breadth of opportunity in all forms and fashions in aviation, things that you might not normally think of. So I see that it's 10:06. I need to turn my time over to Liz so that she can talk a little bit about her background, and then we'll let Amy see if there's times for Q&A.
Thanks, Rhonda. Good morning. My name is Liz Smart. I am the airport's construction and maintenance manager. I'm responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of the airport's facilities, which is comprised of 1.5 million square feet of terminal and concourse space and over 160 buildings. And I could not do all of this without my amazing team of building maintenance workers, HVAC techs, electricians, housekeepers, and engineering techs that help me keep all of these facilities operational. I love doing this job because there are no 2 days that are ever the same. The work's fast-paced. I get to work with talented and diverse individuals from across the airport, including the airlines and concessionaires. And best of all, I get to work at an international airport. So growing up, my parents traveled a lot, which is how I caught the aviation bug. I knew I wanted a career in aviation, but I wasn't sure which field. So I went to an aerospace camp at the University of North Dakota when I was a junior in high school. This camp allowed me to sample a variety of aviation fields, including flying small and acrobatic airplanes, flying helicopters, simulating air traffic control, aeronautical engineering and space exploration, and spending a day at an international airport. From that experience, I knew I wanted to work in an airport. As there are so many different types of jobs at an airport, when I was a senior in high school, I called Lambert and set up a one-day job shadow. I was assigned to shadow the public relations department. Half the day was spent visiting the various airport departments, and the other half of the day was spent putting together decorations for the grand opening ceremony of Terminal 2. As determining what doesn't interest you is just as important as what does, I realized through this job shadow experience that public relations was not for me. But the excitement of responding to airfield and terminal issues with the sounds of aircraft constantly landing and departing in the background was perfect. I knew I wanted to start my aviation career in the Airport Operations Center. When I was a junior in college, I interned at Lambert's Op Center. After graduating from Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, Daytona Beach, with a degree in business administration and an area of concentration in airport management, my first real airport job was as an airport operations specialist in none other than Lambert's Operations Center. A few years into my career, I participated in an internal intern program created by former Lambert Airport Director Dick Rabko. The program, which lasted several months, allowed me to shadow Mr. Rabko and learn more about the roles and responsibilities of an airport director. Mr. Rabko also encouraged me to continue learning about all facets of the airport industry, to become an expert in the field, and to earn my airport executive designation. This experience was invaluable and helped me chart my future course in the airport industry. I also took his advice and in 2009 earned my airport accredited designation. All told, I've been in the airport industry for 18 years, 16 of which have been right here at Lambert Airport. As stated before, there are so many different types of jobs at an airport. So following Mr. Rabko's advice, in addition to my current role, I've been an airport operations specialist, as I stated before, a property specialist managing airport concessions like food and beverage and news and gift units, and a safety management system coordinator responding to safety concerns on the air side and land side. I've also been the assistant airport director at a small airport in Iowa, and the airfield supervisor in Antarctica. So my parting thought here to all of you is the aviation industry is full of opportunities, even just within the small airport subsection of the industry. I would encourage all of you to take advantage of aviation camps, introductory flight lessons, internships, and one-day job shadows to see what this industry has to offer and where your passions lie so you can get paid to do something you love every day.
Oh, thank you both so much for your presentations and providing that insight. Do we have time for questions now? We got about 5 minutes. Are both of you open to some questions? Okay, so if you have any questions for Ms. Ham-Newbergy or Ms. Smart, please go ahead and submit those now. But I have one for each of you. So you each have had such an interesting and differing career in aviation. Can you just talk about what your day-to-day at Lambert looks like now? Is it a Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, or what's going on? You're muted, sorry.
Muted too. You do come in with the thought of saying, okay, like on Mondays, you know, I've got executive staff meeting at 10, I've got a broader staff meeting at 2. And, you know, we talk about the week, we talk about any projects going on, we talk a lot about COVID right now. We talk a lot about, you know, each department and what's kind of the focus of this week. But inevitably, something will change throughout the day. So I think when you think, and that's what is so fun and exciting to me about this job, when you come in every day, yes, you may be planning, you know, right now we're so focused on the finances with COVID and obviously the changes of the passenger traffic. So you're very focused on that. But at the same time, we had a lot of construction projects that were going to be underway this year because we were growing and we were in a growth mode. And so, you know, we stopped about $21 million worth of projects that were ongoing, but there were other projects that we said we absolutely have to do these. So, you know, I think whether it's talking about the airfield side and making sure that the airfield is safe, whether it's talking about the facility side and making sure that the customer experience is meeting the expectations. And right now with COVID, and Liz will tell you, every day is a change for her. She's kind of responsible for all the internal signage that we have relative to COVID. And, you know, it changes every day. So it's hard to say what's a typical day. But you do plan your week with certain meetings and certain schedules, and then you know along the way you have to be flexible. I'll let Liz respond.
I would agree. I don't know from day to day what's going to happen or what I'm going to be faced with, and that's why I like this job so much. As a matter of fact, it could be a water main break, it could be making more signs, it could be changing out hand sanitizers, it could be looking for new cleaning techniques, it could be a roof leak. So it allows me to think creatively outside the box, and that's what I really enjoy. And it's definitely not a 9 to 5 job. It's I get calls on the weekend and just respond because I like the facility so much.
Yeah, or you have something, you know, you have a generator that goes out, or you have a circuit that goes out, and your bag system goes out, and all those things are so reliant on every day keeping this place running. I mean, as a consumer walking through, you don't think about that. As the airport team, that's what we live and breathe every day, is responding to those challenges. And rarely does a day go by where there's not some failure of some sort. And the team is very in depth and very equipped to say, okay, let's respond, let's move it, let's get going. And that's what we do. And hopefully the customer never notices it, but sometimes they do. So I will tell you, the airport side, and was very much like the airline side as well on the operation. There's so much into running an operation behind the scenes, which is where I think the excitement and the the opportunities exist if you're interested in getting into aviation on the operational side, whether it be in the airline or whether it be on the airport. There's just hundreds of different ways to get in and hundreds of ways to grow once you're in it.
Oh, I agree. Yes, it's something so fascinating about the industry to me is all of the moving parts and how somehow they line up for each flight or each day at the airport. It's hugely collaborative and with a huge team of people. So thank you both for taking time out of your schedules to join us this morning. I definitely learned so much, and I'm so grateful that both of you were here. So with that, we're gonna venture somewhere else. We are gonna go to across the river into Cahokia, Illinois, and visit. We'll be visiting Ideal Aviation over there, which is a flight school at St. Louis Downtown Airport. That's the same airfield that SLU Parks College is on. And so it is lovely to be joined today by Becca Sewell and Christina Cannell. And I think we're going to be learning more about preparing for aviation careers. And so I will turn it over to both of you now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Becca Sewell. I'm the office manager at Ideal Aviation, which, as Amy said, is a flight school over at St. Louis Downtown Airport in Cahokia. Here is Christina Cannell. I'll have her introduce herself in just a minute, but just so you guys know what we're doing today, we're going to be going over a list of frequently asked questions that I receive at Ideal about people who want to start their career in aviation, not sure how, wanting to know what the beginning steps are. My background is that I studied with Southern Illinois University, Carbondale, their aviation management program. So since we both are pilots, I'm a commercially rated pilot working on my certified flight instructor rating. We both have a bias towards pilots, so we're going to try to show all the different facets of aviation because they are endless and amazing. So without further ado, we'll have Christina introduce herself.
Hi guys, great to be here. Thank you all for being here. So excited about today. My name is Christina Cannell. I went to actually St. Louis University. So I have been kind of part of this Girls in Aviation Day before, and I'm so excited that you guys are all back. I studied flight science, so specifically I did get a degree in flying at St. Louis University. Very much enjoyed the program there, and through there I got all of my licenses and ratings, and now I'm a certified flight instructor just across the ramp from the SLU hangar at Ideal. And we're going to just talk about how we got into the industry, what made us interested in it, and any questions that you may have. So first question, I'm going to ask Becca because she's going to answer this one. What first steps do you suggest for someone who is interested in aviation but has no idea where to start?
Well, if you're interested in aviation, doing events just like this one, the Women in Aviation, Girls in Aviation Day, is a great place to start because it can help open your eyes to all the different things in aviation. For instance, when I first started out, I thought I want to be an airline pilot for sure. That's what I want to do. But then as time progressed and I learned more about the industry, I was like, oh, well, there's corporate flying, there's charter, there's so many options. So I suggest that you join local organizations like Women in Aviation, or there's the 99s for women. There's Whirly Girls if you're interested in helicopter flying. There's the National Business Aviation Association if you're interested in more the management aspect, like maybe not wanting to be a pilot, but still want to be working in aviation, running airlines, etc. There's also the Professional Aviation Maintenance Association if you're not interested in flying the planes, but maybe how to fix them or put airplanes together, etc. So I suggest trying to find an organization that you can be a part of. And also to find a mentor if you can, if there's somebody that you know or your family knows that you can really talk to and get a good understanding of how the aviation industry works. That's huge. I was very fortunate enough to find great mentors as I started my career, and I still am so thankful for them today. So that's what I would suggest. If you're also just need to be in the aviation industry, just start somewhere small at your local airport, finding a job. Maybe it's just customer service, but or a line service, so fueling up airplanes, cleaning airplanes or hangars, it's always great to get your foot in the door somewhere. Additionally, you can try to find online ground schools or different training courses online, and that's a great way to start getting that general knowledge, because there's a lot to learn in aviation. So if you can start now while you're in high school, that is awesome, and you'll be leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else who is just not putting in the work yet. They're not quite ready. So if you start now, it will give you so many rewards. So Christina, since you are a flight instructor, what would you say a typical flight lesson is like?
So when you do go out to start flying an airplane, if you are interested in that, maybe just want to see if you like it, you usually take what we call a discovery flight. And that first discovery flight is just going to be like some sightseeing. I might have you, or I will have like my students just take the controls and let you take off. It's one of the easiest things to do. So I let my discovery students just take the takeoff. They take off the airplane, and we go out to an area where it's not very busy, typically not over like a big city or something. So if anything does happen, we have plenty of space. But if you really like that discovery flight, you can start taking lessons at a place just like Ideal Aviation. And a typical lesson would be going out to what we call the practice area. And that's a big open space where we go out and just practice different types of maneuvers, is what we call them. And maneuvers are all different kinds of climbs, turns, descents, stuff like that, and also emergencies. If you are wanting to train to be a pilot, one of the huge things that actually we practice is dealing with different types of emergencies. Flying is very, very safe and can be very, very safe. But of course, in the unlikely event of an emergency, we have to know how to be ready for them. So we teach you how to prepare and be ready for any kind of emergency that could come your way. So, and then you would just progress, and as you get better and better, eventually you go and take a test, and then you can become a private pilot. This question is for Becca. What do you suggest aspiring pilots do if they're not able to or can't afford flying right now?
So it's no secret that aviation is expensive. It is expensive to fly airplanes. It's not something that you can learn solely sitting at a desk at school. So there is a high cost involved with it. However, there are so many opportunities for scholarships in the aviation industry. There are so many out there that you just have to put in like 5 minutes effort, Google searching, and you'll find so many. At the end of the seminar today, or a few days after, Amy is going to be sending out an email, and attached to that, I have a list of resources for people who want to fly or they're interested in aviation. Some of that information are scholarship links. So basically all you have to do is click on those links and apply for scholarships. And there are so many out there, especially in the St. Louis area, that they have the scholarships posted and no one applies. So basically you could just be the only person to apply and get your flight training covered or partially covered. So that's what I would suggest to people. If you start now, it's going to benefit you greatly. There's scholarships for every person imaginable. So there's so many just geared for women, as we are trying to get more women into aviation. There's so many for people of color and other minorities, with the Black Pilots of America and the Gay Pilots Association. So I would really strongly suggest that. As well as if you're not able to afford to fly right now, I would suggest trying to find a job at an airport and getting your foot in the door there. A lot of them will have employee discounts, and that will, every little bit helps. So that's what I would suggest for aspiring pilots. Now, Christina, I know you just talked about how you spent your time at SLU, but do you need a college degree to fly? Is that something that is necessary, or is that just going to be another financial burden on people?
So usually you do need some kind of college degree, but it does not need to be in aviation. You can get a degree in whatever you want. All you need typically is a 4-year degree. And when I say typically, I'm thinking of like airlines and stuff like that. They usually require a 4-year degree of any kind. So I did get a degree in aviation, but Becca here, she hasn't. She doesn't have a degree in aviation, but she has one very close. It's the aviation management degree, which is a great backup plan. And that's kind of the idea, is that if you have a degree in psychology, or if you go to like whatever you want, any kind of 4-year degree that you want, you can have that as a backup plan, or you can also implement that into aviation somehow. Aviation needs doctors. There's plenty of doctors that actually are employed by many airlines. And these doctors, what they do is if there's an emergency, some kind of medical emergency on an airplane, they can talk to the flight attendants and talk them through an emergency to deal with, like, somebody's having some kind of, I don't know, some kind of stroke, or I don't know, whatever's going on. They can walk people, the flight attendants, through that emergency. You can be a fashion designer. You can design the next uniform for an airline. You can be a chef. You can make all the food that goes on airline flights, stuff like that. So you can really implement anything. And then Becca also mentioned engineering. You can build and fix airplanes. Huge computer systems. So if you want to go into computer technology of some kind, software systems, stuff like that. So it really is versatile. You can get a degree in anything you want. Certainly don't need one in aviation, but you will need usually some kind of degree. Next question for Becca. What were some challenges that you faced in your training, and how were you able to resolve them?
So some of the challenges I faced was that I come from a family who has absolutely no experience, no background in aviation. So whenever I told people I wanted to fly, they kind of looked at me like, what? Huh? That's so weird. So I faced challenges from that. So not knowing anything about the aviation industry and trying to pull myself up from my bootstraps. So I've helped overcome these challenges by getting good mentors with my CFIs. I've been very fortunate with the instructors at Ideal, and even flying with Christina to get my commercial rating. So as well as the financial aspect, but again, I cannot count on this enough that getting scholarships and applying for them, that is how I've overcome the most of the financial burden for aviation. Now, since we're running shorter on time, we'll do our last question, and kind of we'll both answer this one. So if you were not able to fly Christina, what alternative career path would you take? And would you want to stay in aviation?
Absolutely. I have grown to absolutely love the aviation industry and everything it has to offer. I personally think if I were to not be able to fly anymore for like a medical reason or something, I would actually want to become a firefighter at an airport. They have one at our airport here. All major airports, like larger airports that you fly to vacation and stuff for, or from, they have firefighting teams there, what do you call it, firehouses there. So I think that's actually what I would want to do. How about you?
If I couldn't fly, I'm very interested in air traffic control. So we have all these airplanes in that airspace all coming in to land and take off at the same airports. So someone has to be in control of all that chaos. So I think that's an awesome career, especially if you love aviation, but you're not so thrilled about the idea of being so far away from home all the time. That's when you can come home every night, be with your family, etc. Otherwise, I also really love from aviation management, airport planning is something that I find very interesting as well. So just to briefly overview, because we're running short on time, just to start your career, find a mentor, join an organization, study, fill out those scholarships, and just do everything you can to make your dreams a reality.
Becca and Christina, that was an amazing compilation of so much information in 15 minutes. I'm so impressed. Thank you for sharing that with all of our viewers. As Becca did say, they have put together a great resource of so many links and next steps that you can take if you're interested in what you heard. And yes, we will be attaching that to an email that you will get after this event. So thank you again from Ideal Aviation. I'm gonna send you guys back this way. And as I pull over our next speakers in just a second. All right, got one. All right, there we go. Okay, so for our next session now, we are joined by Jennifer Brassel, Transportation Security Inspector, and Robert Davis, Screening Inspector from the Transportation Security Administration at Lambert Airport, to tell us more about opportunities for you in aviation security. I will let you both take it away.
Good morning. Okay, I think I'm unmuted and ready to go now. Thanks for having us today. I will start off and talk a little bit about how I am definitely not a traditional person who pursued a career in aviation. Going back 21 years, when I was in school, I was interested in a position in investigations and law. I was at a criminal justice job fair and encountered the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA. I'm sure you guys are familiar with that if you're interested in aviation. And I didn't know what they had to offer, but I stopped and I spoke with the recruiting agents there and got involved in a career that I wouldn't look back on. Since 9/11, our positions have changed a little bit. But initially with FAA, I was a civil aviation security specialist, and our position was to regulate and inspect aviation. So we inspected the commercial airports and airlines. And since 9/11, those positions were transferred over to the Transportation Security Administration, and it's expanded quite a bit as well. I am a supervisory transportation security inspector. In Missouri, there's about 27 of us total with the inspectors, and we are responsible for inspecting any type of security of the transportation systems in Missouri. So obviously that's going to include aviation, and that's what I'm going to focus on since you students are interested in aviation. But we are looking at security standards that the airports and airlines must adhere to. And we are also outside the airport environment. And to kind of note what the previous speakers were talking about, we actually go in and meet with flight schools and certified flight instructors to make sure that they're adhering to security standards as well. So our footprint is pretty big. We interact with a lot of entities, not just at the airport, but outside the airport. The aviation arena, really, there's so much that comes together to ultimately affect the security of a flight. And that is our objective, is to make sure that cargo and passengers and even employees that are in the airport and goods that are being delivered to airport, that all of the security requirements are adhered to, so that when the public is showing up at the airport and getting on their flights, that they are all safe and protected. Another thing that the inspectors are really keeping on top of is global intelligence. There's a lot of things going on around the world that can affect the security of our transportation systems. So we are consistently staying up to date on current events and intelligence and how the risk is changing so that we can change how we do business to ensure that our flights are safe. We definitely change our inspection patterns so that the highest risk things are looked at the most frequently. And sometimes the intelligence of what's going on around the world, we hear things that are going on in parts of the world that are really scary, but it can affect us in the United States as well. Something that's interesting, the inspector positions, we do have positions around the world. Not only are inspectors inspecting our domestic flights within the United States, but we also have inspectors staged around the world that are ensuring that flights coming into the United States also meet security standards. Those inspectors travel obviously much more than our domestic inspectors, but it's a really important job that TSA has as well. There's, of course, we want to make sure that any flight that's cleared to go into the United States is good to go. So I wanted to also mention that there's one other position I wanted to mention. I was the supervisor of the program for a while, so I had the opportunity of learning a lot about it. TSA also has explosives detection canine handlers, and if you travel very frequently, you probably will see them screening passengers as you approach our checkpoints. So that's another position within the aviation scheme, and of course the security scheme. They're like Liz and Rhonda mentioned too, there's so many things going on at an airport. And even though, we are a traditional pilot, when you begin working at an airport, you do develop a love for the industry and what's going on. And it's an exciting job. I think like some of the other speakers spoke about, there's different things going on every single day, and especially in security in this day and age since 9/11, security is of everyone's most importance. But I wanted to mention the canine handler position too, because it's another position within aviation that is critical to our safety and security, and it's very unique. I think a lot of people pursuing jobs in aviation don't think about some of the untraditional positions. I'm going to let Robert introduce himself and his career path, and I think we'll definitely have some time for questions.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Davis. I'm a transportation security manager. I started in 2002, right after 9/11, when the Homeland Security was invented or birthed by President George Bush. And I came on and I kind of came up through the ranks. I'm on the operations side of things. So when you enter the airport and you have to see all of our screeners or transportation security officers, I'm over the southwest side of things. So I work hand in hand with Jennifer. Any intel that they get from headquarters and they give it to us, we have to make sure that we're in compliance with everything that's going on, because although it may not seem like it, the threat is definitely real. And what we're doing is what we do on a daily basis, what the officers do, definitely make a difference. We work hand in hand with Rhonda. I know you guys heard from her a little earlier. So it's one cohesive unit. Even though we're separate entities, we're all working together to make sure our travel is safe. So when you get on the airplane, you don't have any worries. Again, I started in 2002. I was a regular screener. I was in uniform and came up working hand in hand with K9 through the years, working hand in hand with Jennifer and her crew on certain projects and whatnot. And I just recently was promoted to manager. So myself and another young lady, she started in 2002 with me, and we both were promoted about 2.5 years ago. So we've been in the industry for about 18 years now with TSA. There's about 47,000 officers nationwide. That includes Alaska, as well as some of the islands and Hawaii. So there is opportunity to travel. There's opportunity to be on our national deployment team. Whenever anything happens, a natural disaster, we have officers who we send out to go and help those airports, so that those families who are dealing with the whatever may be happen, whether it's a hurricane, whether it be a tornado, we send our officers down so that we can help. So we're one big family, so that those officers in that state or in that area can take care of personal business, while our officers who travel can still support the operation, so that our nation's traveling system is still secured and you guys can fly regardless of what's going on. So Jennifer, I will pass it back over to you.
Sure. I think it was an excellent point that Robert made, that we have about 37,000 officers that TSA employs. The inspector group is about 1,500. So domestically, we have about 1,500 inspectors. I don't know our international count, but the rest is smaller because those are isolated. But again, like Robert said, the opportunities are endless. I was an inspector for five or 6 years before being promoted to supervisor. I've been a supervisor now for a number of years. I think around 15 now. But we all do work as a team. Everything going on at the airport, there's somehow interaction with so many different other government entities, companies, tenants. Everything is intertwined together. And it's definitely its own city, its own family. And it's a very fast-paced environment. So, you know, I think anyone looking to be in the aviation industry, if you like that fast-paced environment, you're headed the right direction. Most definitely.
I will also say there's also room to grow. There's been people who've come to TSA and they've moved to they've become FAMs, they've become a part of the CIA. We had someone, FBI agent, they were one of our canine officers who she went on to become, to go with the FBI. So it's definitely, as Jennifer was saying, an opportunity to move around. Myself coming up through the ranks, every single position you can think of to now management. Some people don't take I didn't think this was going to be a career. I thought I was just going to get a job, and it just kept going and going. And there's other officers who come in and they're just a regular officer. And when I say a regular officer, I mean the blue uniforms that you see on the floor when you travel. And now they're off to bigger and better things, you know, for them and their families. So there's definitely room to navigate through the aviation field with coming with TSA.
That's right. You know, working for the federal government, there are a lot of opportunities. And like I mentioned, when I was just getting out of school and at a career fair, I was looking at all those government agencies, and I wasn't expecting to see FAA. But I'm really glad I did, because it's been really an excellent 21 years for me.
Just want to jump in really quickly. And yes, both of you have such strong examples of the winding paths that you can get to get into aviation and all its different aspects. Mr. Davis, you mentioned FAMs. I'm wondering if you could talk more about what that is and what they do.
Jennifer, you could probably give more of a definition of what they do, but it's a federal air marshal. Those are your officers who are on planes that you don't know they're on your plane, and they're on, a lot of times they're on certain particular flights for whatever the reason may be, and they're carrying, of course, and the traveling public has no clue. They're there for our safety when you're in the air. And Jennifer, I'll turn it over to you so that you can kind of get in more depth of how you go about that.
Absolutely. This is a particularly interesting position. So the air marshals did exist prior to 9/11. The numbers are classified. Those aren't released to the public, but it was a significantly smaller group. Since 9/11, of course, our air marshal population we have much more, but those are our law enforcement officers, like Robert said, that are on commercial flights, and their objective is to ensure the security of those flights. They are covert, so nobody should know who they are unless there's a major security incident and they need to break cover to protect the security of the aircraft. They are our last resort, really, in protecting our flights. So I will say before our time is up, any positions within TSA or within the government, usajobs.gov is where you're going to find them. So any of the positions that we mentioned, all of the vacancies will be posted on usajobs.gov, not just for TSA, but all government-wide.
Excellent. Yes, and it sounds, if you get something entry level, there are so many opportunities to keep moving up and expanding your career and taking it in a direction that interests you. Awesome. Well, thank you both so very much for being here. Mr. Davis, it was lovely to meet you. Ms. Bressel, good to see you again. I'm going to send you back to the attendee side now. And next up, we have someone that I think you are going to find very interesting. So kind of building off a career in security, there are careers in other intelligence positions, other governmental roles in the aviation industry. And so I would like to introduce you to Ms. Jennifer Gritton. She's a former accident investigator and current aeronautical analyst with the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency right here in St. Louis. So Ms. Gritton, I will hand it off to you now.
So I think Amy's probably giggling a little bit because I have to do this from my car. So I'm going to apologize for that in advance, but I cannot do Zoom from inside my facility due to the classification level and stuff. So sorry, I'm in a car, but hopefully you guys can hear me loud and clear. My name is Jennifer Gritton. I have a little bit of an interesting career path in terms of the aviation world. I kind of grew up in an airport. My dad was in the Navy and I've always kind of been around aviation. So I knew that was the path I wanted to take. But I didn't really want to be a pilot. So my undergrad was in business. And when I graduated from Ohio State, I went into a company that did accident investigation. So not necessarily NTSB related or FAA related, but kind of after the fact, working with attorneys and insurance companies for litigation that would happen kind of subsequently a few years or so after an accident would happen. I was originally their office manager and did kind of all of their case management, working with attorneys directly. And then I kind of decided I wanted to dive deeper into aviation. So I went and got what's called a human factors degree. So if you think a little bit of physiology and psychology, but all geared toward aviation, I really was interested in kind of the psychology piece and how pilots think and how we make decisions. And so I went and got a master's degree in that. And I also got a master's degree in safety systems from Embry-Riddle and started kind of doing human factors expert work for the same company. So really I was looking at things like, what is the medical history of a pilot? What kind of decision-making processes do they exhibit? And kind of piecing together along with the other experts on what leads a pilot to having an aircraft accident. Again, it was a kind of an after the fact business. So a lot of it was kind of researching and digging deep into something for someone who might not be around anymore, right? Not all accidents end with the pilot still being alive. So it was definitely a challenge, but a very good learning experience on what it's like to kind of piece together somebody's world from documents and research and all that good stuff. The expert witness actually that I worked with directly, he was a pilot. He'd been a pilot his whole life, was in the Navy his whole for a 20-year career. And he was specializing in kind of flight path reconstruction. So looking at things like radar data, things like weather, the certifications that the person had, and piecing those things together and then combining all of the research that all of the experts did to produce reports to support attorneys when they would go to courts for cases. After that, I actually was a professor at St. Louis University in their aviation department. So again, kind of like the other speakers have said, my career path wasn't kind of your standard. I was in the same career the whole time. I kind of capitalized on my education and I capitalized on that experience and went and taught human factors at SLU. And I also taught our team resource management classes and then our statistics classes. So that was a great learning experience as well. It kind of opened my eyes to some additional research and things, some other aspects of piloting that maybe I wasn't totally familiar with, which was great. And then from there, I actually ended up, as Amy mentioned, at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. So I know Jennifer previously kind of mentioned the intelligence community and some of the government agencies that you can work for. NGA is part of the intelligence community. It is one of those agencies that sits with the CIA, FBI, et cetera. So what I specifically, where the area I work in is called the Aeronautical Analysis or Aeronautical Navigation Office. And what we do is we actually provide all the navigational data for the military and DoD worldwide. So if you think about any military transport aircraft to include Air Force One, we are providing the data that helps them navigate the globe. So think of, if you know what a car map looks like to drive around the country, we provide the maps to navigate around the skies for the military pilots. We also provide all of the data that would go into kind of their autopilot systems. So there's a number of things that we do within our agency. When I first got here, I started out as an aeronautical analyst. So I was actually processing the data from host countries that would go into our systems to be kind of worked and coded for those aircraft. So that's kind of where I started. And then from there, I actually became the aeronautical tradecraft manager. So I actually was managing all the professional development and tradecraft development to include all the technical skills for our workforce. And it's a pretty decent sized workforce. Like Jennifer's mentioned before, it's classified on the number of people, but we have a pretty substantial workforce that works this mission because we are processing worldwide data. So I did that for a few years. And then I have since moved on to being actually a manager of a 13-person team that manages a very specific part of the world. So we do everything from processing the data from those host countries, but also supporting all sorts of intelligence missions that we have to provide data to military so that they can go in and out of some pretty interesting places worldwide. So our mission, basically, it's in our name, it's safety of navigation. So we are making sure that people can navigate the globe safely without incident, making sure the data is accurate. We also have a piece that's a little bit different than commercial providers in that we validate the data. So not only are we looking at the data that comes from different countries, but we're also looking at, is the data correct? And if it's not correct, then we work with those host nations to kind of get what information needs to be updated. We have a very specific team that liaisons between those host nations. They travel the globe to make sure we're getting the most most accurate data to pass along to those DoD officers so that we can continue to support missions like the war on terrorism and all sorts of other things around the globe. So that's kind of a little bit of the background. I would say that Amy probably says my career is a little bit unique because I have a little sampling of a lot of things. I never really wanted the traditional route, which I think is great. And I would say that a lot of the people that I work with have come from a lot of different backgrounds. So we have people that have come as military pilots, people that have come from the commercial sector as pilots. We've had air traffic control. We have airport management people. We have a few people that actually worked at Lambert with Liz. I know she was one of the first presenters. So we have kind of a wide variety. We also have people that have graduated right out of school and come from airport management degree programs or piloting programs. I would say that the NGA, the world is kind of your oyster. If you come from an aviation related field or an aviation related job, typically you're going to fit in pretty well here. We can train you on a lot of our trade crafts. We are all FAA credentialed, so we spend a lot of time in on-the-job training so we can have that credentialing, which kind of sets us apart as a level 1 provider of data. So kind of a crazy journey, but I would say that NGA, to Jennifer Brassel's point, is if you're interested, USA Jobs is the place to find all of that information. The job code for Aero specifically would be aeronautical analyst, but as we move towards a more data-centric world in aviation, we're also looking for data scientists, data processing, people that can manage big data, as well as GIS. So we're looking at people who specialize in mapping, because obviously we need all of those components at NGA to make us successful. So I'll pause for a minute and see if Amy has any specific things she'd like to ask me.
I do want to open it up for question and answer for our viewers. So if you have a question, please submit it in the Q&A feature below.
I'm going to open my car door really fast because it's very hot in this car. I'm so sorry, guys.
Yes, thank you for meeting with us from your car today.
Yes, I wish I could do it from inside a building, but I had to be at work today, so.
So Ms. Britton, can you, I know NGA is expanding in St. Louis and there's going to be a whole new campus. With that, are there positions that are considered entry level that one could work their way up? Or is it vital that, someone comes in with a specific education?
No, I think that we have both, right? We have those that you can come in as an entry level, and that doesn't have to necessarily be in the aeronautical field. We have a wide variety of jobs. We have all the standard departments you would see in a quote unquote corporate environment, from HR to business relations to communications. I would say from an aeronautical perspective, you most certainly probably need to have some kind of background in aviation, whether that's just an education from a university or college. You could probably come in with a substantial amount of flight experience too, or military. We have a lot of military people. I'm so sorry, it's probably really loud now. We have a lot of military people too that come in. So I would say from aero perspective, you need a little bit of aviation background, obviously, to set you apart in terms of the resume. But NGA does kind of a neat little thing for USA Jobs in that we do open postings. So we kind of just run an open posting for a lot of our entry level positions all the way up, where it's just a repository. So you can submit your resume to the repository, and we will hold it in queue, and then we kind of process in big masses and select, large numbers of people as we need them. So.
Awesome, thank you. We have a question that came in of all of your various careers and jobs in aviation. What was the most interesting one?
Oh goodness, that's hard because they're all interesting for various reasons. I would probably be, my top one would be obviously investigating plane crashes. It's different every day. You're looking at different cases, and for me personally, looking into the psychological aspect of things is really where my interests lie. With that said, I will say that working at SLU was amazing in the sense that I got to really interact with students, and teaching is kind of something that I've always loved. So that was a great opportunity for me. And NGA has been amazing. I've been here for 5 years, and I've had a great opportunity to work my way up through a number of different jobs and experiences. And it's given me, I wasn't familiar with the intelligence community at all. This was a very new thing for me. I had never even really heard of NGA until probably 7 years ago, when I actually did some research with them from SLU's perspective with NGA. And since I've come here, it's challenging, but it's interesting, and it's incredibly rewarding. I mentioned before that I'm kind of a Navy brat. My dad was in the Navy. So NGA is a personal mission for me, is making sure that my family can navigate the globe safely. So I kind of own this one a little bit more, I think, than I have previous jobs. So they're all interesting for different reasons, but this one's I'm pretty passionate about this one for sure.
Yeah, thank you. And I want everyone to know, I did not plan this with how seamlessly, our different presenters today have either worked together in the past, or all of these different careers within the industry are collaborative. And yes, it is a small community because everybody is working together. So thanks. We got another question. I'm going to rephrase this a little bit. How do you feel about the international aspect of your current work, where you're dealing with data from all over the globe? And what do you think about it?
So I think it's, and I'm probably not the subject matter expert on all the agreements that we have to go through and all the hoops we have to jump through to kind of pull data from various countries. And I think it probably goes without saying that each country we have to treat differently, and the way that relationship goes between our liaisons and our international affairs departments and our communications departments, and the way that we write up agreements and contracts and all sorts of things. For me, we couldn't do this mission without the structure in place that we have with the various countries around the world. We would need thousands and thousands and thousands of more people to go collect all this data. So I think we as kind of the US and vice versa, it's a symbiotic relationship in that they depend on us for our data and we depend on them for their data. But I'll reiterate that the reason that sets us apart from a lot of other people is that we validate everything. So I know that people sometimes are like, well, X country could send you data, and how do you know it's right? I get that question a lot when I give presentations. That's why we validate it. We make sure that we're giving out the most accurate data, and we have a number of methods that we use to validate that. And I can't go into super detail, but it's just a piece of that component. But like I said, we couldn't do this without getting some of those agreements on data from other countries. And we with countries like England and Australia, those are some of our partners. And so we share a lot of the workload in terms of processing their data and using their data and vice versa. So there are a few countries that obviously, we're, I'll say, better friends with, but that help us. But yeah, I think when you hear international data, it probably raises the hair on the back of your neck a little bit in terms of some of the countries you can think of worldwide, but we do the due diligence and we have to, so.
Awesome. It sounds like such fascinating work that you do day in and day out. And, also for me personally, it sounds intriguing because you can't talk about it all. And
yeah, it makes it, you have to like check your brain on what you can and can't say sometimes. So.
Well, thank you so much again for joining us and for physically going out to your car to take
absolutely, yeah,
your call. All right. Thanks again.
Thanks. And if anyone has any questions, Amy's going to give you my email, so feel free to email me directly and I'll get to it.
Definitely.
Have a great rest of your day.
All right, everybody. So that does conclude our live career exploration sessions, but we do have a couple of recorded presentations that I'm going to get set up in just a moment. Our first session is recorded from one of our current SLU Aviation Science faculty members, Dr. Gajapriya Tamal-Selvan, and her PhD student researcher, David Spector. So they have a presentation to share about what an aviation researcher does in the academic field, what they explore, and her work. And then Mr. Spector will demonstrate flying the flight simulator that they use within their lab space.
Hello everyone, I'm Gajapriya, Assistant Professor in the Department of Aviation Science at Parks College, St. Louis University. I want to share my education background. I graduated with my PhD in Aviation Science from Florida Institute of Technology, where I specialized in aviation safety and human factors. I had my master's in avionics engineering from Madras Institute of Technology, India, and I had my bachelor's in electronics and communication engineering from Anna University, India. I would like to talk about my research areas of expertise. The first one, pilot selection, training, and retention. So whenever you experience a delay in airports, it's always connected to adverse weather situations or air traffic control delay, but now there comes a new reason called pilot shortage. Last summer, you might have seen in the news that Spirit Airlines, they don't have enough pilots to fly their passengers. Likewise, by 2022, a record number of 18,000 pilots who are going to retire from flying. So it's a significant workforce that's retiring in the commercial aviation industry. So I want to build a prediction model for pilots' likelihood to quit flying, to see what are the factors that are associated with pilots' decision to quit flying. Regional airlines, they always serve as recruiting pipeline for major airlines. But the turnover among the regional airlines are much higher when compared to the pilots who fly for major airlines. So with this research, I'll be able to propose recommendations to retain pilots in the industry of like better pay, retention bonus, employee benefits, etc. So with that, the pilot shortage issue will be addressed. My second area of expertise, aviation physiology. Pilots, they are much used to the routine situation, and when they encounter any emergencies, most of the inexperienced pilots, they don't have the ability to tackle the in-cockpit issues. The emergency situations include hypoxia, bird strike, adverse weather situations, etc. So I want to build a human experimentation toolkit to assess cognitive workload, pilots' decision-making skills, and other associated factors by evaluating their physiological, behavioral, and cognitive changes among pilots during their in-flight emergencies. And my third area of expertise, aviation safety. Safety is always a key element in the aviation industry. When you talk to any professional who work for aviation industry, whether it's commercial or military, they always stress on the importance of safety. So here I study different elements of aviation safety, like runway safety, flight safety, safety management systems, fatigue management system. So with that, I'll be able to propose recommendation. With that, we'll be able to avoid any aviation accidents or incidents in the future. And in this area, I'm much interested in studying the relationship between increase in automation and how it is associated with degradation of manual flying skills among pilots. One good example would be Boeing 737 MAX. So the pilots, they experienced emergencies because of the software changes associated with MCAS system, but they were not able to tackle, which subsequently ended in two major airline disasters recently. So I would like to study where the balance lies between increase in automation and diminishing manual flying skills among the pilots. So to study that relationship, I focus my research on flight deck systems, electronic flight bags, approach charts, and simulated training systems. So we conduct all these above mentioned areas of expertise at ASAP Lab. So it stands for Aviation Safety, Aviation Physiology, and Ergonomics Lab. It's located in McDonnell Douglas Hall, 1046. So our mission is to evaluate pilots' cognitive workload and decision-making skills, and also associated human factors during in-flight emergencies, and also their training sessions by assessing their physiological, behavioral, and cognitive characteristics of pilots to study and to fulfill our mission. We focus our research on human factors, aeronautical decision-making, manual flying skills, cockpit automation, aviation safety, aviation physiology, aeromedical research, and pilots selection, training, and retention in commercial aviation. So at ASAP Lab, we have a wide range of equipment. The first one, Elite PI 1000 Advanced Aviation Training Device. So it's an advanced flight simulator, and a Tobii Pro Glasses 2. It's an eye tracking sensor. Shimmer 3 GSR Plus. It's a galvanic skin response sensor, and Emotive Epoch Plus 14-channel electroencephalogram. It's an EEG sensor, and Value continuous ring pulse oximeter. So we'll talk about each equipment in detail. The first one, Elite PI 1000 Professional Flight Simulator. It's a FAA approved training device, and it has different configurations, single and multi-engine. It encompasses high fidelity Garmin G1000 flight deck panel, and it incorporates different flight configuration ranging from Cessna models, Beechcraft Baron, and Diamond models. Also, you can choose from a wide variety of airport categories. You can practice your flying session at JFK or Orlando International, and you can choose different runways to practice your session. These are some features with this high fidelity flight simulator available in our lab. So the next one, Tobii Pro Glasses. It's a second generation eye tracking glasses available in the market. As you can see from the picture, it's a wearable head mounted eye tracking tool. So it looks like regular glasses, but it has advanced cameras on it. With that, we'll be able to collect data to evaluate student pilots' eye behavior, to see the pilots where they are fixing their visual gaze during flight. We'll be recording different eye tracking metrics like fixation, where they are fixing their visual gaze, fixation duration, how long they are fixing their gaze, and fixation count, how many times they are fixing their gaze, and pupil dilation. So when you put pilots in a highly stressful situation or emergencies or adverse weather situations, their pupil tends to dilate. So with eye tracking glasses, we will be able to capture that. And for example, if we put a sleep deprived pilot in a cockpit, in a flight simulator device, the pilots, they tend to blink faster and higher. With eye tracking glasses, we will be able to capture both blinks and blink rate. The next one, galvanic skin response. It's a finger, electrodes, and wrist-based sensor. So with this sensor, we'll be able to measure skin conductivity. If the pilots, if they are emotionally aroused or under stress, if they are happy, if they are anxious, if they feel scary, we'll be able to capture those emotions with GSR sensor. When the pilots feel those emotions, if they feel anxious or stressed, their sweat glands tend to secrete more, and GSR sensor will capture those signal inputs and integrate those inputs with ECG, electrocardiography. With that, we'll be able to measure heart rate, electromyography, EMG. With that, we'll be able to measure muscle movements and respiration data. Then EEG, it's a wearable head-mounted electroencephalogram. With this sensor, we'll be able to detect cognitive process and mental workload, to see the pilots, how they think, and how they balance their mental workload, how they manage to come out of a difficult situation. If the pilots, if they were given a high workload situation or stressful situation, we'll be able to measure how alert they are, and if a sleep deprived pilot, how drowsy they are, and for a high workload condition, how motivated are these pilots to complete their task, and also how engaged they are flying to complete that task. So these are some of the metrics that we'll be able to measure with EEG sensor, and it's a 14-channel EEG, and we'll be able to capture signal inputs from all lobes of the human brain, frontal, temporal, parietal, and occipital. The last one, pulse oximetry. It's a continuous wearable ring pulse oximeter. With that, we'll be able to measure pilots' heart behavior. If the pilots, if they are put in a stressful or high workload situation, their heart rate will be higher, their heart tends to beat faster. With this sensor, we'll be able to measure blood oxygen saturation and heart rate continuously. With that, we'll be able to see if the pilots, if they experience any symptoms of hypoxia. So these are my contact details. If you have any questions, or if you're interested in knowing more about the research, or when you are here at Parks, if you want to get yourself involved in research, please contact me. And thank you. Thank you for listening.
Here we are at St. Louis Downtown Airport, and we are in the PI-1000 Elite Flight Simulator. And if you can tell by the visual representation by the 3 screens here that we are on runway 12, heading east. And to verify that, I can look at my pilot flight director, or the PFD that we use as an acronym, and I can see on our compass heading that we are in fact heading 12, which is really means 120 on a 360 scale. So there's 360 degrees in a circle. True north is 36, heading 36, and easterly direction is 090, and so we're a little bit southeasterly at heading 120. So I've got all of my instrumentation set up. The engines are started. It's a clear, beautiful day. There's no weather. And so we're going to turn on the sound and we're going to make a takeoff. And then we will reset ourselves on a 5 nautical mile short final, and we'll see if we can bring the simulator in for a landing. Okay, here we go. We're going to release the parking brake and we're going to push the throttle up. And I'm looking to make sure that I get in my green band on my RPM. And I'm going to release my brakes. And here we go, we start to roll. And I'm going to use my rudder pedals, which my feet are on, left and right, to keep the nose centered on the runway until we take off. And I'm watching my airspeed indicator. And we're coming up on 50 knots, 60 knots, 70 knots, and we're going to rotate. And we start to climb out at 80 knots. I'm going to raise my flaps. I'm going to make sure the flaps go up. I'm going to raise my landing gear. And we're going to climb out and get a little altitude. We're already at 500 feet. And you can see the nose is up a little bit. I'm going to bring the nose up. We're at 90 knots. I'm going to bring the nose up to about 5 degrees. And we're going to see if we can climb out at about 90 knots. And now my airplane is in a clean configuration, meaning the flaps are up and the landing gear is up, and now I'm building a little speed. I'm at 95 knots. I want to climb up a little bit higher. And we're going to start to turn and work our way back to the airport, and we will set ourselves up on a final approach, a 5 nautical mile final approach. And our little airplane works its way back to the airport. Okay, here we are on a 5 nautical mile final, and I am lowering my flaps and putting my gear down and letting some of my speed bleed off. So I'm going to bring my throttles back a little bit and try to line up with the runway. We are at 1,700 feet above the ground. And we are doing about 80 knots. flaps the rest of the way. By putting the flaps down, that allows me to fly a little bit slower, but still maintain a lot of lift. And that's the computer letting me know that I'm 500 feet above the ground.
Caution, obstacle. Caution, obstacle. Caution, obstacle. Caution, obstacle. Caution, obstacle.
So that's the
Caution,
computer letting
obstacle.
me know that I'm close to a tower that's nearby. And another successful landing. Apply my brakes, which are part of my rudder pedals. And bring my throttles back. And set my parking brake. And flight's complete.
All right, we hope that you enjoyed that presentation and demonstration from SLU's ASAPE lab. Mr. Spector was in a flight simulator, which our student pilots do use as part of their training, but he also demonstrated how that's a vital tool in aviation research, and particularly the aviation research that Dr. Tomelselvan does. And just to emphasize that there's still so much more to learn about people and human factors in the aviation system, and to keep our standard of safety up. So now we are approaching the last of our career exploration sessions. We will be hearing from Captain Maria Eberly, who has flown for American Airlines for over 30 years, and she graciously recorded a presentation for us today. She has many, many words of advice for you, and we hope you enjoy.
Good morning, ladies. My name's Maria Eberly, and I'm here to talk to you about the best job that there could possibly be. I am an airline pilot for American Airlines. I've been flying for 32 years with the airlines, and I flew for 10 years before that, getting myself trained and ready to get this career. I'd like to talk about what a typical day would be for me. I would start out here in St. Louis, go to the airport. I would check the weather. I would check, then I'd go out to my airplane. I would check my airplane, make sure that everything is working properly. As the passengers come on, we would greet the passengers, and then we'd push back from the gate and take off for our flight. And we may go from St. Louis to Charlotte, spend about an hour in Charlotte, fly down to Orlando, spend an hour in Orlando, turn around, go back to Charlotte, then go up to New York City for the night. And if it's a long overnight, company would take us downtown, and we would get to stay downtown New York City, get to do a little bit of sightseeing while we're there. The next morning we'd get up, fly from New York, maybe to Philadelphia, then to Seattle, spend the night in Seattle. We might have time to go downtown Seattle, see the West Coast for a few hours. And then the next day, fly from Seattle back to Charlotte, and the trip would be over. One of the main questions I have is, how do I get qualified for a job like this? And what you do is you start taking flying lessons. It can be done at a small airport, like here in St. Louis. You can go to Chesterfield Airport, or you can go to a school like St. Louis University, where the flying is integrated with your entire college curriculum. And the next big question is, how expensive is it? It is very expensive to learn to fly, but when you get a good job, you are compensated very well, and it makes it very worthwhile to have spent the time and money to get qualified for a job like this. To get money for the flying, obviously working a job is a good start. Whatever you can do to earn some money, and there are a lot of scholarships available for whatever level of flying that you're currently doing. If you go to a school like St. Louis University, where you're doing your flying incorporated into your college education, you can also take out student loans to cover the extra cost of the aviation, the flying aspect of your education. Other questions that people have is, when you take flying lessons, what you do is you go up with a flight instructor. They teach you to fly the aircraft. Then when you're capable of landing the airplane on your own, the flight instructor will actually get out of the airplane, and you take off and do some takeoff and landings on your own. Then you go back up for more lessons with your instructor, and you learn how to maneuver the aircraft. You learn to go from one city to another. They call that a cross-country flight. And then you will do a couple of cross-country flights by yourself. Then you take a written exam, and you take a check ride, and then you get your private license. Once you have your private license, you can take your friends up, your family up, and take them sightseeing. You can fly them from point A to point B, but they cannot yet pay you for that, because you're just a private pilot. To get to the point where you can be paid for that, you need to get a commercial license, which is just additional skills, more lessons. You have to become a more precise pilot. So it takes a lot more practice to get to that level. In between getting your private license and your commercial license, you get an instrument rating, which allows you to fly in the clouds, makes your license much more versatile. Once you get your commercial license, a lot of people at that point become a flight instructor, and you teach other people to fly. It's actually a lot of fun to share all the knowledge that you have learned, and also you are building flight time, because every time you go up in an airplane, you put it in a logbook so that you know how much flight time you have, which is important for when you want to get a job. And you also, as a flight instructor, you would get paid for your flying time. So instead of it being a very expensive proposition, now it is starting to be a career for you. From there, you build up your flying time. Most people go either to a corporation, and a lot of companies have their own airplanes, and they hire their own pilots. Some of those airplanes are really high performing, a lot of fun to fly. And other people will go into a commuter airline, which does the same type of job that I do, but they go to smaller cities and they fly smaller airplanes. They may seat 50 passengers, maybe 70 passengers. And then from there, when you get more flying time, you go on to a major airline. the airplane that I fly carries between 118 or 185 passengers. There are 3 versions, each one has different seating capacity. Our biggest airplane, the 787, carries 242 passengers, and the larger airplanes go for longer runs. The 787 goes to Europe and to Asia. The aircraft that I fly is a Airbus 320, and it goes all over the United States, down into Mexico, up into Canada. We go to Toronto, we go to Cancun, we go to a lot of the Caribbean islands, Jamaica, Aruba, Port-au-Prince, and out to the west. We get out to the West Coast quite a bit also, and also to the Midwest. I start my flights actually in Charlotte, North Carolina, and from Charlotte I may fly to the West Coast, I may fly up and down the East Coast, or I may fly into the Midwest. We fly, every trip is different than the previous one. One of the other things that you need to study when you're taking your lessons is about weather, and weather affects your flight. If it's a clear day, it's very easy flying. You'll have a nice scenic trip. Some days it may just be overcast. We can fly through the clouds, get up above them, and may have some sunshine on top of them. Or we may be in the clouds most of the day. Sometimes you're landing in rain, sometimes you're landing in snow. Very rarely do we land in ice. That's one of the few things that even an airline pilot does not fly into. Now I've got some more slides that I'd like to show you, and so we can take a little more time with them. Okay, this is a picture of Mount Rainier, which you can see, and you're flying right near Seattle. This is flying into Paris. Another nice thing about our job is to go to all the different cities and actually get to see most of the cities, get a feel for which ones you want to go back to on your own vacations. Here's a picture of weather. Right in the center is a pretty good thunderstorm, but from the altitude where we are, we will be flying right over that. If we're flying at a lower altitude, we would have to fly around it. We don't ever fly into a thunderstorm. One of the other careers and another path for getting your flying experience is to go military. It's a couple of fighter airplanes down in Jacksonville, Florida, getting ready to take off. Another job with the airline, not quite as much fun, but somebody has to load all the cargo. This is something that we see when we're doing our pre-flights to make sure everything is good with the airplane. We make sure there are no dents, nothing has hit the aircraft. We look at our engines, make sure that they are in good condition, that nothing has flown into them and damaged them. We look at our tires. This is one set of tires. Every aircraft has at least 3 sets of tires. Some airplanes just have 2 tires in a bunch. Some have 3 or 4 like this. This is flying over the North Atlantic in the springtime, and this is a glacier that's starting to melt for the springtime. It's another part of our aviation family is our flight attendants. This is as they're getting off the aircraft in Spain. Here are some of our mechanics. They have the covering of the engine open to look and make sure that everything inside is okay. Another possibility for a career is actually a blimp. They use them, you've seen them, I'm sure, when the Cardinals play. They fly over a lot of different sports. They fly over other things. They'll come in for an air show and just sometimes just fly around for advertising, like when there's fireworks down at the Arch. Some of the weather that we fly into, this is taking off in New York's LaGuardia Airport in sort of a foggy day and a lot of rain. Another possibility of what you can do for a career in aviation is fly a helicopter. This one is getting ready to land down at Barnes Hospital here in St. Louis. This beginning of aviation down in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, memorial to Wilbur and Orville Wright, the first pilots. And we've gone from there to the space shuttle, and obviously now the SpaceX flying up to the International Space Station. Most astronauts, if anybody's interested in being an astronaut, most astronauts are also pilots. This is 787 that I told you, 242 passengers, and flies to Europe and Asia. Another example of weather, this is after the rainstorm down in Miami with a double rainbow, and can still see some thunderclouds in the far background. Back to Mount Rainier. This is me doing a walk around. This is my son, who's also a pilot. This is indicative of a small airplane that you would start to fly in. It has 2 seats. In the front, it does have 2 seats in the back, so an observer could go with you. Much smaller than the cockpit of a jet, and give you a perspective for the size of the aircraft. Here he is, he's about 6 feet tall, and here he is standing on the outside of the aircraft. And as I've mentioned before, every aircraft has 3 sets of tires. This one has one tire in each position. And nice example of women in aviation. We had an entire female crew. We had 2 women pilots and 3 female flight attendants. Obviously, this was at Christmas time. We have about 600 pilots at American Airlines, which is about 4% of our total pilots. We have 15,000 total, and that's pretty standard across the industry right now, but more and more of our younger and newer hire pilots are women, so it's a very great career for women. I hope to see some of you coming out to take lessons in the near future, and I hope that you can come back next year when we can actually do this in person. It's much more fun when I get your personal questions and you get whatever questions you have actually answered, but I hope I gave you a nice introduction today. I hope some of you are interested in aviation because it's a very good career. Hope to see you out flying soon. Goodbye.
Yes, I echo Captain Everly's sentiments that we do hope that we can be in person for this event again soon. But a huge thank you to her for sending in that recording, and hopefully, that got you thinking about being an airline, not just a pilot, but an airline captain. So this is the end of our career exploration session time. We want to thank you for joining us for these, and hope you have a better understanding of just a few of the multitude of career paths that are available in aviation. We just scratched the surface over the past hour and a half, and there are many more careers out there. We are now going to take a brief break until 12:30 p.m. Central Time. So please note that there has been a change to the schedule. Unfortunately, due to technical difficulties, our 12 p.m. presentation is canceled for today. We will return in this space at 12:30 p.m. for our keynote address from Captain Andrea Lewis, and hope you will join us then. Thanks. Hello and welcome to those who are just now joining us, and welcome back to those who were logged in here this morning. Before I introduce our first presenter, I would like to remind our student attendees to complete and return the Girls in Aviation Day worksheet that was emailed out. Make sure you complete that worksheet and send in a photo, a scan, or a file showing it was completed to be entered into a raffle for a SLU Aviation prize pack. You will have until October 9th to get those worksheets completed. So if you aren't or weren't able to attend each and every live session today, you can view the recordings on YouTube later this week. Our next presenter has had an exciting and interesting career. She began a military career as a flight attendant in the Air Force in 2010. From there, she was accepted to pilot training with the Georgia Air National Guard, and upon her graduation in 2017, was the first African-American female pilot for the Georgia Air National Guard. As a military pilot, she has been deployed and has over 325 hours of combat time. In addition to her military career, she's also been a flight attendant for Delta Airlines for over 9 years. And just as she transitioned in her military career from flight attending to piloting, she's doing the same thing in her civilian career. She's recently been hired by Endeavor Air as a first officer. She's an active member of the Organization of Black Aerospace Professionals and Sisters of the Skies. I am now pleased to introduce you to Captain Andrea Lewis. Captain Lewis, I will let you take over from here.
Okay, hi everyone. It is a pleasure to be here today. I'm new to Zoom, so forgive me for not being fully looking in the right direction or something. So, perfect. Okay. So thank you so much for having me. It is an honor to be able to speak with you all today. Thanks for the introduction. That was great. I can't believe that I'm actually sitting here talking to you guys. You know, it's so funny because when I was growing up, I didn't always know that I wanted to be in aviation. So I, graduated from high school. I went to the University of Georgia. And I actually have a degree in French out of all out of all degrees. It's definitely not anything, STEM related, but I didn't know that I was interested in aviation at the time. So I graduated with a degree in French, which actually worked out really well for me to be able to get into being a flight attendant. So when I graduated, my dad was always like, you know what, you should join the Air Force. And I was like, haha, just kidding. I'm definitely, not trying to wear combat boots. That's definitely not something that I was really interested in. But he also gave me a stack load of my bills that he was paying. And I was like, oh, let me try to figure this out. So so I joined the Air Force Reserves as a flight attendant because actually, fun fact, my mom is a flight attendant. She's newly retired at Delta Airlines. She retired after 43 years of service. So it's now a blessing to have her home, and being able to share that in common with my mom. My mom's my coworker is pretty amazing. So that's how I got my start as a flight attendant. So I was actually with the 73rd Airlift Squadron, which is based out of Scott Air Force Base. I was flying the C-40C aircraft, which is a Boeing 737. It's my baby. I love 737s. That's like my dream, is to fly a 737. But I did that for 5 years, and I was flying presidents and congressional delegates and foreign nationals and traveling all over the world. And I was just living my best life. Honestly, it was amazing. But then my life completely changed. And my dad actually, who was a retired American Airlines captain, he passed away. So I was, having a rough time grieving. And so I started flying. I was like, you know what? I literally woke up one morning and I said to myself, well, why don't I just start flying? My dad always wanted me to fly. Like, let's just go have a flight. So I literally this year, actually, or not this year, but this time of the year, back in 2011, I actually took my first flight, and I never stopped. You know, it was just something I was doing at first. It's just like, oh, I'm going to get my private pilot's license. I'm going to fly, you know, my mom calls them mosquito airplanes, but little small Cessna 172s. And, you know, I was, you know, that was going to be it. Well, my unit at the time, because I was, you know, again, enlisted in the Air Force Reserves. Well, my unit was like, well, you have to go and be an officer and you got to go to pilot training. And I was like, yeah, okay, maybe. So I started on that path and I just kept on going. So here I am 9 years later. And, you know, I tell people all the time when they get started, I say, you know what, this is a marathon. It is not a sprint. There's definitely a lot of struggles and a lot of, you know, things that you really have to be on top of, and having that attention to detail. And every day is not going to be a great day, but you just have to keep on going. So, you know, what I always tell people is, you know, the first thing you have to do is that you have to start. So I wasn't thinking so much of like big picture. Sometimes I mentor people and, you know, they're like, well, I want to be an Air Force pilot. And I'm like, well, that's great, but we got to start somewhere. So it's good to have an end goal, but like, sometimes you can get so overwhelmed with this idea of, you know, one day being a captain at, you know, United Airlines or something, flying a 767, that you forget, you know, that you're like, well, let's just go on the flight today. Like, let's just, and then before you know it, you have all these hours and you're like, oh, now I've reached my goal. Now what? You know, so I always just tell people you have to get started. So now, after graduating from pilot training and becoming, you know, the first African-American female pilot in the Georgia Air National Guard, I fly a heavy Boeing 707, which, fun fact, is actually the first commercial airliner, jet airliner, that was out there at the time. So this is like a 1950s, like it's pretty standard as far as pilotage goes. So it's not, you know, fancy with the glass cockpit or anything. So it really does, you know, make you want to be, you know, a better pilot. I really do enjoy flying it. We do air refueling, which is something I never thought I did or would do going into being a military aviator. And so what I would say to people if they're deciding on whether to go the civilian or the military route, because I've done both. I started out, you know, civilian, and then I switched over. I would say you have to basically just, it's just, you get to do so many things that you never thought you would be able to do. Like, again, like air refueling, which is basically when you, we take off and we're about 22,000 feet in the air and we're getting thousands of pounds of gas. It's like a gas station in the air from another airplane. And you're like 10 feet away from this other airplane going like 250, 300 knots. So it's really hand flying too. There's no autopilot for us. So it's fun. It's just something that, you know, you just get good at and you're like, oh, I could do this, you know, and it gives you a lot of confidence. And, you know, it's a great skill, you know, to say that you're able to do. So, and on top of that, even in training, I was doing formation, which is basically when you're like, you know, another like 6-10 feet away from another airplane, and you're just kind of going together, and you're you know, really trusting your lead when you're the wing. So it's when you're flying next to someone. So it's really an interesting training program that allows you to have this skill that you're able to go and do the mission. And not just that, but you're a great pilot. You're one of the world's best pilots, you know, having gone through that training experience. So I definitely would, you know, say the military has definitely been a great training experience for me. And I'd highly encourage everyone to maybe look into that path if that's something that you're considering. So yeah, now I fly for Endeavor Air, which is basically a Delta connection carrier, a small, a smaller airplane, well, compared to, the bigger airplanes. But I fly, it's called a CRJ 200, and it just holds 50 people. And it's a fun little, I call it my cute regional jet, CRJ. So it's a fun airplane to fly. It's like driving a sports car, kind of thing. So it's really fun. That's kind of how I got to where I'm at today. My future goals are to, they're changing, honestly. If I can be real candid with you all, it's changing. I started out at Endeavor Air and I always wanted to be a commercial pilot. Here I am, a commercial pilot, and I don't know that I really enjoy it as much as I thought I would. So I'm constantly revamping. I'm thinking about maybe flying cargo, especially now in this day and age with, the coronavirus, kind of putting a little bit of a damper on the travel industry. I'm thinking about, maybe UPS or FedEx one day. I'm also thinking about maybe taking more of an administrative role in aviation. I definitely love mentoring young girls, young people. Anyone that's interested in the aviation path, because I feel like I've, done a little bit of both ends of the jet. So now all I need is to learn how to use a wrench, and then I could be a maintainer and fix the airplanes. But that's not going to happen because I can't work a wrench. But the point of it is that I think that that's my future, is something that, and the great thing about aviation is there is always something that you can do. Like, if you don't like being a flight attendant, then maybe be a pilot. If you don't like being a pilot, maybe, do something administrative. I mean, it's just such a great industry to get into. So I'm going to stop right here and see if there are any questions that you guys have.
Yes, please submit questions to the Q&A feature at the bottom of Zoom, or if you are on YouTube, I will monitor the chat feature there. Actually, Captain Lewis, we have a question that's already come in. Which presidents have you flown?
Well, I flew, presidents of other countries. So President Karzai, who was the president of Afghanistan back in 2014, 2013, somewhere around there. So he was really nice. Nice person. He was.
Oh, that is very cool. Yes, the industry, well, and I guess a military career as well, brings you to meet people that, how else would we meet them in our day-to-day lives?
Yes. And that's so funny because, that's how, I got introduced to Stephanie, is just through aviation. I mean, some of my family, I have aunts that are, Delta flight attendants, and, not biological, but, you just they knew me when I was born, so they've seen me grow up, and now we're all coworkers. And, it's just, aviation has really just changed my life. Brought my parents together. My dad was a pilot, my mom was a flight attendant. I am a product of yogurt in the airport, me and my twin sister. So it's so fun.
Yeah. And actually, I wanted to talk a little bit more about that. Did you have the opportunity to fly with your mom in the same crew while you were a flight attendant?
I did. Yeah, I was the boss though, I was the flight leader. I was like, Mom, did you brief the emergency exits? If you haven't, I need you to brief the emergency exits right now. The door is about to close. We're about to close the door. I need you to I'm just kidding. But no, it was so fun working with her. We did a 3-day trip. We had, I think it was a San Francisco layover or something. So we got to get dinner and hang out a little bit, do a little shopping. She bought me clothes. So that was nice.
Yes, that sounds great. Work and then the fun side of, when you're done with your duty day.
Yes, when you're done, you're done.
Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. When you're, and that's what thing that I do love about the commercial industry. It's everything's done for you. you know, you don't have meetings or no one's looking for you. You go, you fly, you leave. And it's really nice. But I do love the leadership aspect of the military side of being a pilot. So right now I'm looking at going on some active duty orders so that I can be, you know, more influential with doing certain projects and things. I love using my type A organizational skill part of my personality. So, you know, I really love being able to be around people, because that's something honestly that I know that sounds strange, but when I'm flying as a commercial pilot, you don't get to talk to as many people as you think. You know, like it's just me and the captain, and I'm just like, okay, well, I love, like, the part I loved about being a flight attendant was that I got to interact with all those people, like you were saying, like, you know, I can, you know, just be around, you know, meet different people and just, you know, get to, you know, change, like learn more about myself and, you know, hopefully make a difference in someone else's life by just talking to them. You know, well, you don't get that opportunity, obviously, when the doors closed. Just so, and then by the time you're like, all right, everything's shut down, you know, you're like, hey, well, on a 50-seater airplane, you know, especially nowadays, you're only 60% capacity, 20 people or 30 people or so, they're gone, you know? And I'm like, oh, well, maybe next time. So I try to get faster just so I can say bye to the people, but not that fast yet.
No, you bring up a really interesting part of, yes, being in the airlines, you're around people all day in theory, but, you know, in between actually doing your job, you know, of flying the aircraft or flight attending, there are a lot of duties, you know, outside just speaking with passengers, but the day goes by quickly, and your coworkers are always changing, and you know, sometimes that's a great thing, and sometimes that's more of a challenge. But yeah. We have another question that came in. What is the average salary? So could you talk a little bit more about maybe from the military perspective, salary wise, and then also on civilian, but specifically the regional airline and those salaries and how those have changed over time?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's just so funny because I remember being like at the, you know, the bottom of the, you know, I guess I'll start with military. So when I first got hired, I was, you know, I went to basic training, you know, and I was what we call an A1C or an airman first class. So that's like an equivalent. The grade is an E2, E3. Oh my gosh, I should know that. But so the pay wasn't, you know, stellar. Then I transitioned to Delta, and I started at the, you know, the bottom, and I was getting paid, I think it was $24 an hour, $23 an hour, something like that when I first started. So, and there's two ways.
Sorry, I want to interrupt. The per hour is per flight hour, not
per flight hour.
Working
thank
hour.
You for letting, yes, thank you for saying that. So, so military, you're paid when you have an extended, you know, over 30 days worth of orders, then you'll get paid, you know, every 2 weeks, you know, a salary just like anybody else. Now, when you're not on orders in the military, you're paid based off of the days that you work, because now you are part-time, and, you know, so you're just paid by the times that you come in. Essentially. And what I was required to do was I was on a contract of 6 years, 1 week in a month, 2 weeks out of the year. Essentially is what is the basic requirement for being a reservist / traditional guardsman like I am in the Georgia Guard right now. So that's generally how you're paid from the military perspective. And then of course, the more you get promoted, the more years of service you're in, the higher your pay. So right now I'm a captain, I'm an 03 in the Air Force. And and I have over 10 years of service. So my pay is different. And I won't get too far in depth with that, but that's generally, you know, and it is good pay. But, you know, I mean, I'll put it in this perspective. I could work like a week of military pay and get paid more money than I would working a month at Endeavor. So generally speaking, so, you know, obviously taxes and stuff and all that, you know, taking that into consideration, but generally I can work less. And then when I'm working, if I'm not flying, I really have no additional duties right now as a military person. So I can go in and like check my email. I take like a 2.5-hour lunch. I mean, you know, it's just more camaraderie, you know, based. It's just, you know, as long as I'm up to date on all of my personal, you know, requirements, and I'm not flying or doing anything mission related, you know, your time is your time. So, and that's just because I don't have any additional duties. So I think military is great because I say that general to say, you know, you get paid more money for a little bit less work, you know, if you will. Commercial, you earn every bit of those dollars, I tell you. So it's not as great. Right now, I'm technically getting paid almost as much as I would be if I was a flight attendant as a brand new first officer at Endeavor Air, which, you know, I'll say that's what it is now. Back in the day, it didn't used to be like that. Back in the day, the pay was a lot worse. And so, you know, things in that center. I can't speak to, like, personally, I've not had that experience as a first officer for very long, so I don't know what the pay difference was, but it's a lot better now than it used to be, for sure. And then when you get to be a captain for, you know, on a 777 going to Johannesburg, South Africa, then you're paid tons of money. That I don't know exactly the dollar amount, but it's just say it's pretty good.
Yeah, and it seems like on both sides, the military and civilian side, you're constantly working your way up in seniority, and the longer
Correct.
you stay in a position or with a company or with the military, that's going to be reflected in your pay.
Yes.
So that's kind of a nice goal to hit,
Yeah,
and to keep yourself on track if that's your motivation.
Yeah, and the thing is, as long as you do a good job, you show up on time, you know, you do what's asked of you, you will get promoted, and you will, you know what I mean? So it's not like you have to like climb your way up to the top of the ladder. It's like, no, you've been here, you put in your time, you're on time, you're not, you know, haven't gotten into any trouble, you haven't done anything you shouldn't have done. It's like, great, here you go, more money, more seniority, more pay, you know. So it's longevity. That's why people stay in it for so long. My mom was, like I said, she, you know, even though she wasn't a pilot, but she was a flight attendant for 43 years. And people do that. I know people who are flight attendants for over 50 years, 50, 60 years. I mean, well, there's an age cutoff for pilots, so it's 65, but not for flight attendants. They'll be in there.
I have another question for you. As a pilot, have you ever slept in the cockpit before?
No. So no. So on our jets, we do have like cots, if you will. So you can rest, you know, and switch out with the pilot if you want. And a lot of the commercial jets have crew rest for the pilots and flight attendants. So that's always nice, like on the 767 and the A350s, you know, the larger jets have that. But we do have, you are allowed 45 minutes of what we call like controlled resting time. So the other pilot, so if you could sit in the seat for 45 minutes and close your eyes while the other pilot flies, if that is legal to do. I've never done it, you know, but it is, you can do that.
No, interesting. Yes. And someone else is asking, so typically how long are you home versus how much time do you spend out of town?
Oh, that's a good question. You know, I always say if I'm at home, I'm not making any money. So, well, you know, so now I'm trying to do a balance. So I would say a typical week, like this week, for example, I'm flying tomorrow night, and then I work. I have drill this weekend, and then right after drill, I'm going to have probably a 4-day trip with Endeavor. So I might have potentially like 7 days in a row of work, and then I might have, you know, 2 to 3 days off, and then, you know, work another 4-day trip. You have, I think it's like 12 or 13 days a month that you are required to have off per our union contract. Don't quote me on the number, but there is an amount of days that you have to have off per month. Now I'm guard, so I obviously will work a little bit more than maybe what's in the contract, just for personal choice, because, you know, I'm working 2 jobs, but if you're working as a commercial pilot, there's a minimum number of days they have to give you off per month. I think it's like 12 or 14 days. I should know the answer to that, but I don't. I'm new.
As long as you get the days off, that's what counts.
Yeah. So, and then that's another thing too. So commercial flying, not to like rain on anyone's parade, but with respect to seniority, I mean, you working holidays, you're working birthdays, you know, every day. It's a 24/7 job. I was once, when I was a flight attendant, I was called at 3 o'clock in the morning to leave to go to Lagos at 6 a.m. and for, you know, on a 3-day trip. I was, you know, on reserve. So it's not for everyone, you know. I mean, there are some challenges just from a, you know, domestic, you know, lifestyle perspective, you know, that can come with being in this aviation industry. But I've also flown first class to Dubai, so for like $12. So, you know, it kind of evens itself out, you know.
Oh, definitely. You know, Captain Lewis, I think we are quickly running out of time, but I have some more questions that were submitted for you.
Okay.
So can we talk about decision making and some of the, maybe an example of a difficult decision that you've had to make as a military pilot, and then a decision you'd have to make as a commercial pilot, or one, either or?
Well, I'm still new. I'm really not in the ability to, I mean, I don't have the authority to like make a decision as a co-pilot yet, but next year I will. I would say, you know, I'd have to get back to you on an actual moment. But I would just address it as far as being able to make decisions and having that decision-making ability. Like, you have to be a part of the crew, you know, the people that you're working with. And if someone's not able to make a decision, yes, you have to come in and say, you know what, we're running out of gas. This is how long we have to wait until, you know, we really need to be making some decisions. So, you know, that is still a struggle point I'm having, as far as, you know, having good ideas and having people listen to me for my good ideas, but or bad ones, you know, whatever. It's just that whatever decision that you do make, you have to be able to answer for it, you know. So if it's a good decision, you know, you have to have a reason as to how you made it. And then if it's bad, then you have to be able to stand in front of, you know, a wing commander, your boss's 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 boss, and say, why did you do this? And it better be good. So be very decisive in your decision making.
Oh, that's very good. Well, I want to just allow you one last opportunity. Do you have any additional words of encouragement or advice for our students who might be watching and hopefully found a lot of inspiration in what you've been sharing with us?
Yeah, I mean, you can always, you know, send me a message. I'm on Instagram at Aviator Andrea. And, you know, I'm happy to talk with you one-on-one to encourage you to continue down this path. But I guess I would say that you have to be tenacious about being a pilot. You know, don't let anyone tell you, no, you can't do it. Within reason. I mean, if you know you can do it and you're able to do it, then don't let people tell you you can't do it. And it's going to take some time, and you are going to, stub your toe a couple of times, but it's going to be okay. So definitely don't lose faith. And yeah, happy flying.
Thank you so much for joining us, Captain Lewis. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I know our viewers did as well. So I'm going to quickly move you back to our attendee side. And I will get our next presenter over here. All right. So I'm so happy to introduce our next speaker. So Captain Lewis did reference her in her talk. They have worked together and they do know each other. For our next presenter, she is a member of the U.S. Air Force Reserve, a flight attendant, a businesswoman, and an active member of the community, both in St. Louis and in Atlanta. She's the founder of the nonprofit Take Flight Girls, which is a group dedicated to empowering young women to pursue their interests in aviation, travel, entrepreneurship, and philanthropy. In fact, Take Flight Girls is largely responsible for helping to make this virtual Girls in Aviation Day possible, as well as our event in previous years. So please join me in welcoming Stephanie McLeod as she shares a multitude of opportunities that are available to young women in the aviation industry. Stephanie, you can take it from here.
Hello?
I hear you.
Okay. Are you able to see me?
Not yet. Now we do.
All right. Hi, guys. My name, like she was saying, it's Stephanie McLeod. I'm one of the founders of Take Flight Girls. A little bit about me first. Let's see. I'll go to show you guys my screen. I'm going to be quickly talking today about careers in aviation. As we kind of discussed throughout the time today, there's tons of opportunities in aviation. So who am I? I am, like Andy was saying, and so as Amy, I am in the United States Air Force Reserve as an aviation resource manager. Pretty much we do scheduling. We make sure that we handle operations of a flight, the system where crew members kind of change and make sure that they have their flight requirements and flight hours are up to date. I'm also a flight attendant for Delta Airlines. I've been in the flight attendant realm for commercial airlines for the last 8 or 9 years. I started with Continental, and then they merged to United, and I departed and went with Delta. I'm also one of the founders of Take Flight Girls, which is a nonprofit, which I'll explain a little bit more about that later. And I am a travel enthusiast, author, and serial entrepreneur. Have a couple of other ventures. So, like I was saying, I pretty much do a lot, but I love it. A lot of it's geared around the world of aviation. Aviation has always been a passion of mine. I started out in aviation a little bit later, but once into it, I started to notice the ratio in women in aviation. So that's one of the pillars or reasons or motivations for Take Flight Girls starting. Take Flight Girls, our mission is to empower women. We're a nationally trademarked nonprofit on a mission to empower and expose girls to aviation, travel, and entrepreneurship. That is what we do. How do we do it? We do this by hosting events with partnering schools, organizations, and businesses such as St. Louis Parks College and other organizations like Women in Aviation, hosting the Girls in Aviation Day. So why do we do it? So that's our main reason. We do this because our founders saw how the lack of exposure led to the lack of knowledge when entering the aviation industry as a female. We all, the founders, I, which the other two, one is a air traffic controller and the other one is a private jet pilot, or sorry, not private jet pilot, private jet flight attendant. We noticed the disadvantages we had due to the lack of exposure to aviation in our upbringing and in our community. So we wanted to change that, and we started Take Flight Girls in St. Louis, and we branched to Atlanta, Georgia as well. Here's just some pictures of all of the events we've done in the past. We've hosted Girls in Aviation Days. We hosted seminars. We do a lot of philanthropy things, such as giving back during the holidays. We try to do scholarships. We partner with Girl Scouts and other organizations around both of those cities. So I'll jump right into careers, right? There are tons of careers in aviation, yet majority of people are unaware of the endless opportunities within the industry, especially girls. Some of the most popular careers even have specialty positions within the aviation and aerospace fields. One of my main goals in life and mission for Take Flight Girls, like I said earlier, was to provide more exposure and knowledge base of opportunities to minimize the gender gaps that we now see and face in aviation industries for girls. So to get you going on what those type of jobs are for you, kind of what type of degrees you need to seek and what classes you need to take even before, thinking about going to college. According to the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, women make up about 7.9% of all pilots here in the US and 30% of non-pilot careers, which is really, really low. It's probably one of the worst industries where female representation is. The number of one main reason is the lack of exposure, which, like I said, we here at Take Flight Girls try to do. Events such as this, hosted by, like I said, St. Louis University Parks and College, Engineering, Technology, Women in Aviation, and us main objective is to expose, engage, and excite for aviation. So let's get started. Pilots. So as Andy was just saying in the previous slide, aircraft pilots are the most known type of careers, person who controls an aircraft. She kind of touched bases with the salary. This is a rough estimate because there's tons of different types of pilots. Here's a few: commercial, which is what Andy does. And then there's private pilots, those who fly for, say, Coca-Cola and other bigger businesses, or actual people who own planes that don't actually fly them themselves. And military pilot, which Andy is as well, and then you have sports pilots. Flight attendant, also an air hostess, is a member of the air crew aboard an aircraft who's primarily responsible for passenger safety and comfort. This is what me and Andy, or Captain Lewis, first started and met each other as. The salary kind of ranges here as well. It's from 18 to up in the 112 range. There's different types. There's commercial, which is for airlines such as United and Southwest, Delta. And then there's private, just like on the pilot side, where you fly families and businesses and corporations. And then also with commercial, you have things like UPS and DHL that moves cargo and mail and things like that. And then you have the government type of flight attendants, which was what Captain Lewis was speaking on. Third, we have an air traffic controller, who is a ground-based personnel and equipment concerned with monitoring and controlling air traffic within a particular airspace. Their salary is from $44,000 to in the 150s. There's 3 different types in route, terminal, and tower, and that pretty much goes with the phases of flight. So that's how they kind of break the types down for air traffic controllers. Air maintenance technicians are people who are referred to as licensed technicians, qualified for carrying out aircraft maintenance by repairing, inspecting, and performing supervise maintenance, preventative maintenance, repairs, alterations of aircraft and aircraft systems. Tons of air maintenance technician positions available throughout tons of airlines. This is one of the main shortages, especially in the female range. There are three types of air maintenance technicians, or AMTs, as they call it, which is line maintenance, maintenance certified technician for category B, and then there's maintenance certified technician for avionics, I think it's category B. These are trade school bachelor careers after that, particularly. So a lot of people start off usually as AMTs and kind of go into something else after that. This is one that a lot of people don't know exists. It's an aviation attorney or aviation lawyer. An aviation lawyer is a specialty lawyer that handles aviation-related cases in commercial or general aviation. Their salary ranges from $77,000 to about $142,000. They study aviation law, and it's just a specialty of law. They handle accidents. They handle just kind of anything in aviation that's legal. Flight nurse. A flight nurse is a specialty registered nurse who provides comprehensive pre-hospital emergency critical care and hospital care to a vast scope of patients. A lot of people don't know these exist. The salary ranges from $50,000 to $99,000. Just like the attorneys there, this is just a specialty in the nursing field. The types are rescue and life flight, meaning some people that live in like rural areas that need to be helicopter and helipad into hospitals. They usually send out a team that includes a nurse so that we can ensure their safe arrival into a hospital. And then we have the military, which does the same. Aerospace engineers. An aerospace engineer evaluates designs to see that the products meet engineering principles. They design primary aircraft, spacecraft, satellites, and missiles. You see the salary, same 60 to 153. There's two different types, aeronautical and astronautical. So I think that was pretty interesting to see that there's two types of aerospace engineers. Avionic engineer is a worker whose aerospace industry design and developing aircraft, spacecraft, satellites, missiles, electronic equipment used on them. So the difference between this one and the one slide before is they work on the systems. And just like you see below, the types are system engineers, software engineers, electrical engineers. So they work on the system that kind of tells the pilots on where to go, the systems that, navigating systems, and there's tons of systems in all of these type of equipment, so just the system. So anything electrical, software-based would be under avionics. Aviation safety inspectors are inspectors that perform regularly or routine, random plane inspections and make sure that the planes and airlines and government facilities are running safely. They're usually employed by the FAA, which is a Department of Defense sector. Some types are general, which is 12,500 pound or under aircraft, and the air carrier, which is a 12,500 pound aircraft or above. And those are the different types. And sometimes airlines have their own inspectors as well to make sure they're following their guidelines that FAA has brought to them. Flight instructor. A flight instructor is a person who teaches others to operate aircraft. Again, their salary ranges because it depends on the different types. The types that we have down here are flight instructor for single engine, which are CFIs, and then you have flight instructor CF1, and CF2 for all other. There are a few other ones that pretty much teach like maybe helicopter flight instructors. So those will be different a little bit. And their salary will range a little bit as well. sorry guys, aircraft interior design. This is one that a lot of people don't really mention. Designer makes functional, safe, and beautiful on aircrafts. There are also essential and decorative items like colors, lighting, and materials. So the seats that you sit on, the bathrooms that you go to, all of that is designed by an aircraft interior designer. There's 3 types: private, business jets, commercial airlines, and government. The private and business kind of do, like I said, for the private jets, they do the interior. They've done like Puma, Nike, things like that. Same thing for government. Okay. And then we have aviation aircraft painters who are responsible for preparing and applying primers and paints for the purpose of protection and beautifying airplanes and other aircraft. Their salary ranges from 23,000 to about 56,000. They are pretty much graphic designers as well. They go to school to perfect their painting skills, so that takes a lot. There also is airline ramp agents. Airline ramp agents are responsible for marshaling aircraft, loading, unloading, and sorting freight and baggage, services for aircraft, assisting with pushback and towing, and other assigned duties. This is a job that you probably can get while still in school. Specific type depends on the role within the airline. So some of the other unique types of aviation careers are listed here, and I just briefly tell you a little bit about them. I don't have specific types and their salary, but some of them get paid pretty big bucks, and these are careers that a lot of people, especially females, don't even know that they exist. So like in-flight magazine and writers and editors, these are writers that do the magazines that are in the seat pockets. They pick out particular articles depending on different routes and depending on different airlines. Airline Somalians, they pick out, sorry, that's misspelled. They pick out different wine selections for private commercial airlines. They get paid pretty big bucks. Airline CEOs, of course, run the show, you know. Aviation resource managers, that's actually one of the things I do. We handle a little bit of scheduling and just the resource day-to-day functions, kind of like HR, essentially. Same thing with flight operations. They make sure, you know, even to like parking spaces and things like that at aircraft, on the, landing and just things like that. They kind of help ATC out. Flight simulation software developers, these are people who actually develop software for the simulators. Of course, astronauts, flight doctors and flight surgeons, those are the same as a flight nurse, but a doctor. Airline veterinarian, this is a really new one. Airline veterinarians, a lot of the new airlines have now hired veterinarians to make sure that our furry friends are flying safe, and if they're under the plane or in the belly of the plane in cargo, they make sure that it's pressurized or have the certain things necessary to fly. Aero firefighting, these are pilots that kind of fight the fires, similar to like what's going on in California. There's probably a few aerial firefighters helping out in that. Airport managers, they run the airport day-to-day functions with, you know, working with airlines, working with other vendors in the airlines or in the airport, and working with the local, state, and community guidelines and laws. Airline chefs, that's a smaller entity too. They usually are at the training centers teaching flight attendants pretty much how to cook. And they also speak with or coordinate with airlines to make up the menus on what is served on planes. So that is pretty much my brief overall on careers in aviation. I wanted to, give girls or open girls the doors, opportunities to know about these careers so that you're not just narrowing your search or your, I guess, passion for aviation can go beyond just your typical aviation career. So, um, if you have any questions, and I do apologize about my background. I am in Mexico right now, on a boat in the water. So sorry if it was a little bit choppy. Um, that's why.
Oh my goodness. Well, thank you again for joining us from your travel adventure. Again, if anyone has questions, please submit those to the Q&A or to the chat feature in YouTube. So Stephanie, we have a few questions already. As a businesswoman in aviation, what are some of the mistakes that you wish you could have avoided?
Perfect question. Some of the mistakes that I wish I could have avoided was schooling and funding. There's a whole bunch of scholarships that women in aviation, St. Louis University, even like military or community scholarships and funding that was available for girls in aviation, and I wasn't aware of those. So I would have probably, I guess, saved myself some college debt by knowing about those earlier on. So I would say definitely learning about the resources, finding out other organizations that will help you because, of the gender gap. There's a lot of resources available for, financial aid pretty much.
Yeah, I agree. I know on our side of it is trying to communicate all of those opportunities. And it just seems like there is so much funding out there, and it's simply the challenge is finding it and, and connecting students with the opportunities. That's a great response. Could you tell us about some times that you may have experienced adversity and doubt? I think that might be a theme among lots of women in the industry, just because our numbers are so small. But can you tell us about experiencing adversity and doubt and how you've handled that?
Yeah, definitely. I think definitely one of my biggest moments that I remember in high school was wanting to go into aviation, but being steered away from aviation because of the, like I said, the stereotypes and being guided into a healthcare industry. And so I kind of still spun it around because I did go into the healthcare in the Air Force. So it was still aviation essentially. I think that with finding mentors and people that are in the same kind of, or have the same passion or have the same drives as you, even if they're out of your community, which is what I had to do. There was no one at my school thinking about the Air Force. We didn't have an Air Force recruiter, or we didn't have anything in aviation. STEM was still not as, prevalent as it is now. But even some STEM courses didn't touch on aviation. So I had to go outside my community. And so I think giving advice to anyone, if you face adversity, don't worry about it. find someone else or another circle, a welcoming circle that will welcome you and have those same passions that you do.
Oh my gosh, that's just great advice for anything that you want to pursue in life, I think. That was a nice callback to an earlier session we had this morning, and someone brought up role models. So can you talk a little bit more about that? How do you find a role model? How would a student get connected?
Yes, well, that's kind of what another goal of ours at Take Black Girls. Though we may not be able to mentor you directly, we hope to have a lot of people. We work with tons of women aviators that possibly could mentor you or find mentorship programs for you. or circles or organizations that fit your needs. So sometimes your mentor or people in your, like I said, industry or the industry you want to go into may not be, around to touch, but there may be a phone call or a Zoom or email. People are definitely willing to open up to you on their career path. For example, Captain Lewis told you kind of her stumbles on how she got to where she is today. She didn't take a direct path to be a pilot. She kind of, went around different things for various reasons. But her and I both look up to a captain at in at Delta, and she's a huge mentor to both of us, even though we, are different types of or different roles of aviation. So we don't necessarily get to see her face to face because we all live in different states, but we'll shoot her an email or a text or something like that. So I think mentorship and fellowship with people and girls, particularly that are in your same career path or have that experience or seeing someone with the experience can help you, get to your goals.
I wholeheartedly agree. Yes. And I hope that that is a great takeaway message that everybody got from today is just most everyone is excited to tell you if you're interested, to answer your questions, to share their experiences. The aviation community is definitely very welcoming. So, Stephanie, could you tell us some memorable moments that you've had in your aviation career in all of your different job roles?
Oh wow, okay. Let's see, some aviation moments. I would say definitely being a flight attendant, my first go around in our training, I realized that it wasn't as easy as just pushing a cart down the aisle serving drinks and peanuts. I actually had memories of the time that I was in basic training for the Air Force. I'm like, oh my gosh, it's so similar. This is more so similar to, you know, being in basic training than, flight. So I would say definitely there. Also, taking flight lessons of my own, building that confidence to solo on my own. I think that that is a huge accomplishment because you have to have a lot of faith and in yourself and a lot of self-esteem to know that you are in control of this plane or aircraft and it's me, So I think it builds up a lot of courage to solo. I think another pivotal moment was realizing that my two friends from childhood were entering aviation as well and having some other obstacles as and we were all linking back up in college and forming Take Flight Girls in 2014. So that was huge for me as well. And I think being able to talk and mentor and see some of the girls that I talked to in the last few years become pilots or are in college, taking, up degrees in aviation, I think speaks volumes and warms my heart and is one of my proudest moments in my aviation career.
Oh, I love that. Thank you so much. That about concludes our time, Stephanie, but I want to again say thank you so much for this whole wealth of information. Oh my goodness.
My surroundings right now. So yeah, so I'm really
much better.
My Wi-Fi was amazing. So thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you again for joining us. And can I also guess that a perk of your career is that you get to travel?
Yeah, right now I'm
like on your vacation now?
Yes. So it definitely gives a lot of flexibility.
Lovely, lovely. Yes, you work hard and you get to play hard. So that's great. Thank you again, Stephanie. I'm going to send you back to the attendees side now.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, well, thank you again to our wonderful presenters, both Captain Lewis and Miss Stephanie McLeod. Both of them are phenomenal role models and examples of what a career in aviation can mean and how that can change and keep changing with your interests over time. I would also like to say thank you to our career exploration presenters for taking time from their busy work schedules to meet with us and share their perspectives about many different career paths available. And also to our SLU current students and instructors for answering our questions and inspiring us today. Finally, thank you on the other side of the screen for joining us and learning more about the aviation industry. We hope that today you heard something interesting, learned about some new careers in the industry you hadn't previously known about, and are excited to learn more about the opportunities available to you. All sessions from today have been recorded and they will be posted to our SLU Parks College YouTube page, and we'll email out the link to access those when they're available in the next few days. Please don't forget that students who complete and return the Girls in Aviation Day worksheet that was emailed out will be entered into a raffle for SLU Aviation Prize Pack. We will be mailing 5 of those prize packs out after October 9th, which is when those worksheets are due. Okay, so this about brings us to the end of our virtual Girls in Aviation Day. We hope that in the future, when it's safe, you'll be able to come visit us on SLU's campus and at our hangar to learn more about the aviation programs at SLU. In the meantime, please feel free to reach out to us at parksevents@slu.edu to set up a virtual visit or guest speaker presentation from our faculty, flight instructors, or students. We are going to conclude this virtual event with a virtual flight lesson in one of our SLU aircraft. The webinar will end after this video. Thank you again for joining us today and have a great rest of your week. All right, here we go.
Check, can you hear me? All right, can you hear me? Loud and clear. I got you.
Is 184.3. Correct. And you'll be back at 2:30. And Brian, clean the plane. Have a good flight. Thank you. Falcon 77.
Altimeter 3023. Visual approach, runway 12 right in use. Notice Airman St. Louis Downtown Tower hours of operation are from 7:30 a.m. until 8 p.m. local time until further notice. Advise commercial contact if you have information Romeo.
The top time is 5015.
St. Louis Downtown Tower, information Romeo 1652 Zulu weather, and variable 3. Visibility 10. Sky clear below 2000. Temperature 2.12. Altimeter 3023. Visual approach, runway 12 right in use. Notice Airman St. Louis Downtown Tower hours of operation are from 7:30 a.m. until 8 p.m. local time until further notice. Advise commercial contact if you have information Romeo.
Park Dispatch, Pelican 28 inbound.
28, go ahead.
Tack time 204.5, Hobbs 4965.2. We'll be back around 2:30.
Okay, 2:30, and I guess Holly cleaned the plane.
Correct. Pelican 28.
Okay.
I apologize, everybody. I started the incorrect video, so we're going to try that again. This is a 10-minute virtual flight.
Check. Can you hear me? All right, can you hear me? Loud and clear. I got you.
Is 184.3. Correct. And we'll be back at 2:30, and Brian, clean the plane. Have a good flight. Thank you, Pelican 77.
Altimeter 3023. Visual approach, runway 12 right in use. Notice Airman St. Louis Downtown Tower hours of operation are from 7:30 a.m. until 8 p.m. local time until further notice. Advise commercial contact if you have information, Romeo.
The top time is 5015.
St. Louis Downtown Tower, information, Romeo 1652 Zulu weather, and variable 3. Visibility 10. Sky clear below 2000. Temperature 2.12. Altimeter 3023. Visual approach, runway 12 right in use. Notice Airman St. Louis Downtown Tower hours of operation are from 7:30 a.m. until 8 p.m. local time until further notice. Advise commercial contact if you have information, Romeo.
Park dispatch, Pelican 28 inbound.
Go ahead.
Tack time 204.5, Hobbs 4965.2. We'll be back around 2:30.
Okay, 2:30, and I guess Holly cleaned the plane.
Correct. Pelican 28.
Okay.
My bike's good. Check mine. Mine are good. You have the controls. I have controls. 4 takeoff check. Fuel secured. And close to Mach. Trim is at neutral. Fuel primers off. Both check. On both. Fuel pumps on. Master switch on. Flaps to off. Push forward. Fuel shut off open. Fuel quantity is good.
Go 1-2 right, clear for the option.
Circuit breakers
1-2
check.
right, clear for the option. 329
Takeoff briefing.
go.
Oh, thank you. On. Fired. Parking brakes off. Turn 10 tower, Billiken 28, holding short of 12 left, ready for departure.
Billiken 28. Downtown tower, runway 12 left, cleared for takeoff, wind 150 at 4.
12 left, clear for takeoff, Billiken 28.
Downtown tower, Billiken 77 is Bravo 112 right, ready for departure. Billiken 77, downtown tower, roger. Uh, 5520 November, holding short 12 left, ready for departure.
5520 November, downtown tower, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff and turn northbound.
Clear for takeoff and cleared northbound 5520 November.
Traffic not available.
This is not a Mike Echo, runway 12 right, clear for the option.
12 right, clear for the option, 309 Mike Echo.
Pelican 28, turn left, contact ground.
Left contact ground, Pelican 28.
All right, thanks again for joining us today for SLU's virtual Girls in Aviation Day. We hope that you enjoyed our virtual event, and we hope to see you in person sometime soon. Have a great rest of your week.